Sean Finan is here, and the newly elected incoming president, James Healy. I think there's a message there that if you want to be elected as a president of a farm organisation, your second name has to be Healy and your first name has to begin with J. So it's a narrow enough pool, but the best of luck to James, who'll be taking up the role shortly. We also have the National Farmers Union, or the Ulster Farmers Union President, Barclay Bell, with us, who you'll hear from later, and the President of the European Farm Organisation, Martin Merrill, who you'll hear from later as well. We have one change in the programme. We were greeted with the sad news over the weekend of the death of Kevin Lane's father, Danny Lane. So unfortunately, Kevin can't be with us, and our thoughts are with the Lane family on this sad occasion. However, we have an able deputy, a number Fihacuig on the programme. Jim Wolfe, the Chief Executive Officer of Dairy Gold, will be filling that slot, so we welcome Jim as well. A couple of other housekeeping matters. You will see in your pack that you were given when you come in, there's a little brochure there on the new IFA app, and you can download that by ifa.ie/app, and you can do that in the auditorium here. And it's actually been live streamed on the app as well, although you're actually here, but you can see what the live stream looks like as well if you're interested in that. We'd also ask people if they're tweeting, and we'd encourage people to tweet and use social media about the event, to use the hashtag IFA Brexit. And the hashtag there is the thing that looks like a bit of post and railing, hashtag IFA Brexit. So again, we'd like to get the event trending on Twitter and so on, so we'd encourage you to use that. We have with us, and I'm going to hand over to the facilitator for session one, Damien O'Reilly. And Damien, as you know, presents Countrywide on RTE. He's also presented Liveline. He's also an accomplished sports broadcaster as well, and has been to 2 Olympic Games covering that. He writes a column every week for Country Living in the Irish Farmers Journal, and he's the secretary of the European Network of Agricultural Journalists. Now, Damien, in those various roles, has a lot of experiences going around to various marts and sales rings in the country, although I don't think he's ever actually been in the sales ring before. And the guys here in Goffs told me that there was a horse sold, that the social media here, the Wi-Fi here is very good. And the Wi-Fi is free access to everybody. If you just click on the Goffs Wi-Fi, you should get into it. That there was a horse here bought a few weeks ago over WhatsApp for 1.5 million. So I don't know if Damien is the most expensive thing that ever entered the ring, but he's certainly a thoroughbred amongst broadcasters. So I'll hand you over to Damien O'Reilly.
It's a hard introduction to live up to. For the latecomers in, no, we're not the band. Bit of a fashion faux pas there, but anyway, we'll sort that out for the next one. You're all very welcome. I suppose I remember being here about 35 years ago. For those of you who are snooker fans, this is where the Irish Masters used to be, and I had great designs of being a snooker player when I got older, and I said someday I'll be in this ring, so I'm here now, but there's no table. But anyway, yeah, it's also, of course, a ring where many thoroughbreds are sold, and we have a thoroughbred lineup of speakers and guests and experts for you here today. I just want to, I know you have programs, but just in a succinct sort of way, I'll give you an overview of the day. We have Commissioner Hogan and President Joe Healy to address you. We'll follow that with a short Q&A. The Commissioner needs to leave, and then we will continue with the second session around 12:15 or so, when we have another distinguished panel, and we will have a Q&A with them. We'll break for lunch in and around 1:15 or 1:30. We'll bring you more details about how that's going to operate. The chefs outside are still scratching their heads looking at the crowd here as to how they're going to feed you all, but that's going to be worked out. And then you're back in here at 2:30, when Justin McCarthy of the Farmers Journal will continue with proceedings in the afternoon with another distinguished panel, as you see from your programme there as well. Can I just ask you, please, to take note of the nearest exit. You'll see the little green lights up above there. Just if there is an emergency of any description, you can make your way there. Mobile phones, of course you can use them. We want you to tweet, but we also want them to be silent if possible. So just if you check them now that they're on airplane mode or on silent mode, you can work away on them, but just that they're not ringing out loud during the discussion. We're going to have questions and answers. I know there are a lot of aspiring IFA leaders here, and I know there are probably aspiring EU commissioners here who want to use this opportunity to get up and make a long, passionate speech about Brexit. That's not what we're here today for. We've brought guests here today to do that for you. The other people that are here today, they're here to hear them, not to hear people that have come here with long speeches or statements. So if you do have a question, keep it succinct. Tell us who you are, where you're from, who you want your question addressed to, and try and keep them short. So we'll do that a little bit later on. Sorry for being so terse in that regard, but that's the way we're just going to have to control this today. No long speeches or party political statements, if possible at all. And if you're thinking of having a little snooze or scratching your nose or picking your nose or anything like, beware, you are on TV. You're on worldwide TV. FarmersJournal.tv is broadcasting this live, so make sure you're smiling and looking good. Okay, let's continue, and I'd like to introduce you now, ladies and gentlemen, to the EU Agricultural Commissioner, Phil Hogan. So what is the EU's negotiating position? We all know what Irish farmers want out of Brexit, but what is the EU's negotiating position in relation to this? How will it all begin, indeed, with this huge heads of government meeting next Saturday? Well, maybe to tell us a little bit more from an EU perspective, would you please welcome to the stage the EU Agricultural Commissioner, Phil Hogan.
Thank you, Damien. Mr. President, distinguished former IFA presidents, Minister, President of COPA, Mr. Merrill, MEPs, members of the Oireachtas, public representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank the IFA for the opportunity to participate in this forum today. And I want to thank them for organising this event, because this is the only show in town at the moment in terms of what is about to happen soon and in the next couple of years. And it's great to see a very strong IFA presence here today. It's great to see a very strong IFA, because agriculture and farmers need a strong voice in Ireland in the years ahead for these important negotiations. So I know that the President is in good form today, because Galway won some big match yesterday. Anyway, Brexit is the most complex economic, political, and in some ways cultural challenge facing Ireland, indeed the UK, and the broader European Union in many generations. Of course, it would be academic in our conversations here today if we didn't see the positive results in the elections in France yesterday. And I'm very happy to see that the direction that the French people have decided with their votes, rather than with opinion polls or media speculation, that they are voting for Europe in a very strong way, and I expect that that will be the case in 2 weeks' time. This started a trend in the Netherlands some weeks ago. So people are beginning to question Europe, but also people are beginning to see that the European project is worthwhile. This is an era-defining issue, of course, Brexit, that we must each approach from a variety of interconnected perspectives. From the perspective of protecting the business foundations of the Irish and EU farming and agri-food sector, from the perspective of building a 27-member CAP without the UK, and of course from the perspective of Irish people wanting the best for their families and their country. So you have assembled a very impressive range of speakers and contributors, all of whom will bring a different perspective to the day's proceedings. And in that respect, what I propose to do is to provide, a little bit like the members of the European Parliament, a voice from Brussels, something that I'm sure that European Parliament First Vice President Mairead McGuinness will also do in her contribution. While I'm coming at it principally from the Commission's perspective, Mairead will be able to give you a unique insight into the Parliament's very important role in this process. People do not realise fully that the European Parliament must approve the final outcome of these negotiations. A very important meeting next Saturday of the European Prime Ministers, called the European Council. It's meeting to adopt the negotiating guidelines on behalf of the European Union. Negotiations with the UK should start soon after the general election of the 8th of June. So this is an opportunity where, on an all-island basis, that we'll be able to look over the next couple of months about the background to what Ireland will be looking for as part of those EU negotiations from the final outcome. I first of all want to welcome the IFA's recent policy paper on Brexit. This is a very constructive piece of work, and congratulations to all concerned, because it's providing some ideas about solutions. Because this is what European negotiators want to hear, is what are the possible solutions for to deal with the problems that have been identified in countries like Ireland. So you have had, and I've arranged for all stakeholders in the agri-food sector and farmers sector to meet Mr. Barnier. This has happened. And the European chief negotiator, Mr. Barnier, and members of his task force team certainly are willing to hear the proposals of the Irish government and of Irish stakeholders. When David Cameron, the former UK Prime Minister, announced the referendum date, I went around to the various places and regions of the United Kingdom to try and set out what would be the implications for farmers in the rural communities in the current, in the context of the referendum, and indeed the implications for their budget, for their income, and for many other trading matters, how it would affect farmers in the agri-food sector in the event of a no vote. Some of what I had to say, of course, fell on deaf ears, but we are where we are, I suppose, is a well-worn phrase. That's no point in looking back. The people have spoken, and it's going to happen. But between the referendum of the 23rd of June and the notification of the Article 50 process on the 29th of March, we have not heard too much from the UK side. But except in the last few weeks, there has been some little bit of softening of the UK position vis-à-vis the hard Brexit talk that we heard at the Tory party conference in October 2016. I believe that this is positive, and I think that the recent decision by Prime Minister May to hold a general election adds a further twist. I predicted that this election would have to happen because 17-seat majority was not going to be enough to deal with some of the difficult individuals in the parliamentary party of the Conservative government, who would, no matter what, will not be willing to compromise on what inevitably will be a difficult negotiation for them and a difficult final outcome. So hopefully that this is a potentially positive result, that she has more room to manoeuvre in the context of a larger majority in these negotiations in the future. But of course the proof of the pudding will be in the eating. Currently, some of the crazier ideas about crashing out of the EU without a deal or falling back on World Trade Organization rules are less in evidence in some of the speaking that we've seen from British politicians. There are still loony voices on the right of the Tory party and in the Tory press, which can always be relied upon to generate loud and abrasive headlines like enemies of the people. But the implications and costs of such scenarios are now finally being understood better and more widely by the UK public. Up to now, economic rationale has had to take a back seat to political grandstanding. Hopefully we're now seeing more balance and realism. I have every confidence in the European Union's chief negotiator, Mr. Barnier, a man with whom I have come to develop a good relationship. Personalities matter in this massive, complex and sensitive political negotiation. I believe he's the right man for the job, in the right place at the right time. He has shown a particularly keen interest and willingness to understand the unique Irish exposure to Brexit. He's a former commissioner who was in charge of structural funds. He's a former commissioner who was in charge of funds in relation to Northern Ireland and the North-South peace process. And he's a former French minister for agriculture. So this is a very important background for an individual who doesn't have to go through the education process of understanding Ireland, because it's quite a complex place, as you know. In the IFA policy document, you identify the optimum outcome as one in which the UK would remain compliant with the single market and the customs union. But in her statement to the UK Parliament on the 17th of January, the Prime Minister May spoke about reaching a completely new customs arrangement and suggested that the UK might become an associate member of the customs union. In that same speech, she also said that the UK did not want to be bound by the European Union's common external tariff, which she said are elements of the customs union that prevent us from striking our own comprehensive trade agreements with other countries. But since the referendum, both the United Kingdom Prime Minister and her Trade Minister, Mr. Fox, have been out and about in various parts of the world trying to drum up support for international trade. And in every major trading country that they've been visited, they've been told to go home and wait until we are finished with the European Union first, and then you can be in the queue. This has recently been confirmed by what the President of the United States conveyed to Mrs. Merkel last week, and recently conveyed by the Indonesian Prime Minister when he met Mr. Liam Fox, the International Trade Secretary, last week as well. So this is a reality check for the United Kingdom, who must work with the World Trade Organization rules, who must get agreement from 160 other member countries before they can actually get permission to go enter into a trade agreement with another third country. This is all new information for people that have not been used to trade in the past. The aim of what the United Kingdom have been trying to do has been based on the notions of an Empire 2.0. But it's fanciful when you look at the trade-offs the UK would have to submit in order to do deals around the world. On a visit by Prime Minister May to India some time ago, where she thought she would have no difficulty getting a deal with a former Commonwealth country, She was asked to know, would you be in a position to give me 20,000 visas in return for a trade deal? That doesn't indicate that she would be in any position to accept or in line with the agenda that was portrayed during the referendum of taking back control in immigration. Now that these issues are becoming reality, we're seeing the inevitable fault lines over different visions of a US-UK trade agreement. So these are the Irish and EU farmers have, of course, been conscious of all of these trade agreements over the years of having good standards of food and good quality standards. You have gone through the pain barrier after the BSE of 1996 of farm-to-fork strict regulation in terms of food quality and food safety. So would British farmers and consumers accept hormone beef or chlorine chicken on their supermarket shelves? I seriously doubt it. There may yet be a bloodbath over these issues, but meanwhile in the European Union we can say, and rest easy in the knowledge, that our negotiating weight in trade deals means our partners rise to our standards rather than actually lowering our standards to theirs. And that is the way it will be in any free trade agreement that will be agreed between the European Union and any part of the world. All other parts of the world must rise to the Irish standards and the European standards rather than the other way around. Because food quality, food safety, animal welfare and the environment are going to be hugely important for the public to continue to support in the way that they have agriculture and agri-food in the years ahead. And we have to be conscious of that. From the point at which we began to see some clarity about the United Kingdom's negotiating position, the Prime Minister has been consistent in her support for a free trade agreement with the European Union. This is the way forward, and she said so in the Lancaster speech on the 17th of January, and in the House of Commons on the 29th of March, and in her letter of notification to the President of the European Council, Mr. Tusk. On all three occasions, she used precisely the same language when she spoke about the pursuit of a bold and ambitious free trade agreement with the European Union. In her 29th of March statement to the House of Commons, she went on to refer to such an agreement as one that allows for the freest possible trade in goods and services between Britain and the European Union's member states. It is my hope that over the course of the coming months that the British government will recognise that the best way to maintain the freest possible trade in goods such as agri-food products is to remain in the customs union, and that sense will prevail. And while the UK's decision to leave the European Union is still a matter of regret and an error of judgment, it is what it is. All of us have come to accept the democratic will of the British people, and we must make a success of Brexit, even though it's never easy to look forward in the context of so much uncertainty. For the European Union, of course, as President Tusk said, the Union will act as one and preserve its interests. In a recent speech, Mr. Barnier stressed the need for unity of the EU 27, and he emphasised the priority of reaching an agreement on an orderly withdrawal of the United Kingdom and to prepare the way for a new partnership. But he also said, while he agreed with Mrs. May's ambition for a free trade agreement, this ambition must also apply to social, fiscal, environmental and consumer protection standards which European citizens rightly support. The Prime Minister says she wants to have tariff-free trade with the European Union and for cross-border trade to be as frictionless as possible. And Mr. Barnier agrees that there will be a free trade agreement at the centre of this partnership. So these are positives in terms of a European Union-UK free trade agreement, for the possibilities are there to reach an agreement, but it takes two to tango. A lot of noise has been made in recent times about the so-called financial bill that the United Kingdom will face when leaving the Union. Much of that noise has come as part of an anti-EU right-wing media campaign in the UK, which has fed the British people with a diet of misleading and false negativity for over 40 years. If you told your child for over 40 years, even though children can get big at 40 like me, if you continue to tell them for 40 years that you're no good and that Brussels is your problem, well then don't expect when you put the question to know whether you're for or against that you're going to get nothing other than a negative result. And that's what has happened. So we have to be mindful of that in Ireland and in other member states as well. But we also have to look at the facts. During its 44 years of membership to date and during its remaining 2 years of membership, the United Kingdom has taken and will continue to take financial commitments. These settlements have to be honoured in full, and this will have an impact on the EU budget. But it's an essential element of the negotiations if you want an orderly withdrawal. All of these commitments are jointly taken with other member states, and if they are not paid by the UK, the other 27 member states will have to foot the bill. There has been considerable speculation about what the amount of the settlement would be. But the truth is that technical work is continuing with the Commission, and we will see what the verifiable and objective data will throw up. It's clear that the exit bill will be the subject of debate, and it has to be settled up front. The value of United Kingdom trade with the EU is over €600 billion a year. The settlement will only be a small fraction of that, and it can be put over a number of years, I'm sure, by negotiations. I've deliberately not strayed too far into the implications of Brexit for Ireland, but I'm going to touch on a few issues now, of course, which you are interested in. Your policy paper and similar papers that have been produced make the point much better than I can. Your President, I'm sure, will outline those issues, and Michael Creed, the Minister for Agriculture, will do the same. But Brussels and national capitals understand very well that Brexit is something that the Irish did not want. They understand that it will have a negative impact on the value of Irish agri-food exports to the UK, principally as a result of the depreciation of sterling, but you can see that sterling movements go up as well as go down, as we saw in the last 24 hours. But due to the fall in sterling, in a sense, Brexit has already happened for Irish farmers looking to sell product in Britain. However, I note that since Prime Minister May announced the general election, sterling has also strengthened, including from the result of the French election yesterday. So the market has factored in a more realistic negotiating agenda if the Tories win a larger majority. I've seen an increasing consciousness from food exporting member states of the very considerable challenge that Brexit presents. And while Ireland is uniquely exposed in terms of the proportion of product exported to the UK, 43% of its trade, there are a number of other member states which also have significant exposure, like Denmark and like the Netherlands and indeed France. This is why we have to welcome new alliances, and I welcomed the Taoiseach's visit to The Hague last week in that regard. We have to develop new opportunities between us and like-minded countries in order to ensure that we have people in the room that are supporting our case. This is what I advocated some time ago. It may be that some have woken up a bit later than usual to the enormous challenges that Brexit presents, but better late than never. Brexit presents different challenges to different sectors. It's important for everyone to realise that the relationship between Ireland and the other 26 EU countries and the relationship with the European Parliament is crucial to the successful outcome. A simple bilateral deal, which some people simplistically advocate here in this country, between Ireland and the UK is a non-starter. And I'm surprised that some people continue to mislead on this possibility. For the European Union, preserving the integrity of the single market is an absolute priority. For Ireland, is an absolute priority. And if the UK are leaving the single market, how in the name of God can we do a bilateral deal with somebody that's leaving if we want to stay in? That excludes participation in any agreement with the UK on a sector-by-sector approach as well. There will be no agricultural deal, and the continued pursuit of such an outcome is folly in having people that advocate a carve-out of agriculture for Ireland with the UK. It's not going to happen. That is exactly why a comprehensive free trade agreement is what we should be aspiring to, and what your document has actually advocated. This will give us a tariff-free transition period and probably represents the best option to achieve the objective of continued access in the way we are now to the United Kingdom market. I agree also with your call for a strong CAP budget post-2020. Of course, if the budget is down, expenditure is down, and it is up to me and it is up to the Council of Agricultural Ministers, the Prime Ministers and the European Parliament to make sure that we have a good budget. First of all for the European Union, but also that out of the European Union budget we have a strong CAP budget. It's the only fully funded policy of the European Union, the most successful policy of the European Union in its 60 years. And just because it's successful doesn't mean it should be forgotten and taken for granted. It would be naive, of course, to believe that the CAP will be immune from the pressures on budget. If the budget is going to go down, as 38% of the budget is going to agriculture, of course it's going to be under pressure. But we will fight the case within all the institutions and within governments to try and ensure that the percentage of agricultural expenditure continues to be as strong as it is today. I have and will continue to make the argument for a strong and well-funded CAP, not for the sake of it, because I believe that it's justified. It's justified for many reasons, including the fact that apart from the peace dividend that the European Union project has produced, the CAP has probably been the most successful policy of all. And also, when we're asking farmers to do more on behalf of society, we have to factor that in, that farmers have to be incentivised and paid in the same way as any other professional organisation would get paid for public goods that they have to provide on behalf of society. Today is about Brexit and not necessarily about the future of the CAP, but you can see that a strong, well-funded CAP is essential for farmers in the future in the context of Brexit. Mr. Chairman, before I conclude, let me assure you that there is considerable understanding of and indeed support for Ireland's predicament arising from Brexit. The Taoiseach, Enda Kenny, will be in Brussels on Saturday, and he and the other Prime Ministers will come to a deal in relation to what is the guidelines for the European Union in these negotiations. But I want to assure you today that the unique circumstances and challenges on the island of Ireland, in every respect, are acknowledged and understood by the European Council and by the European institutions. I want to also assure you today that the peripheral location of Ireland and the integrated trading relationship that Ireland has with the UK is fully recognised. These sentiments will mean that the Irish government can propose and seek special measures that will take these statements into account in the context of the negotiations, and it is up to the Irish government to do that in conjunction with all stakeholders. The European Union will support Ireland through this difficult period. This is why I have strongly advocated that the only political space for Ireland is with the other 26 member states. The only proposals that we should put forward that are ones that resonate with the other 26 member states. The only hope of success is in Brussels, not in London. And it is those 26 member states and the European Parliament that will ultimately make the final decisions rather than London within the next few years. So I want to conclude, Chairman, by saying that it is very timely to have a document of quality produced by the IFA, to have a strong presence here today to make sure that people understand the challenges ahead. But rather than maybe sometimes we're inclined to look at the glass half empty, there is an opportunities as well arising from this that we must grasp. But we must put forward the proposals from Ireland to Mr. Barnier and his team. That's the only way, and fight for them. And that's the only way we'll get to mitigate the damage from this unfortunate error of judgment taken by the British people. But Ireland, I think, can certainly get a good result and will get a good result if we all work closely together. Thank you.
Commissioner Hogan, thank you very much indeed for that comprehensive overview, and I'm delighted you could stay with us for a little while longer to listen to the president of the IFA. So what is the Irish, what do Irish farmers want? What are the imperatives? And I know the IFA, and many of you will have read the comprehensive document that Rowena Dwyer has put together on that issue and alluded to by the Commissioner. But to tease them out a little bit more and to tell us exactly the demands of Irish farmers, of all of you, in relation to getting the best deal out of the negotiations, which, as the Commissioner said, will begin in earnest after June the 8th. I'd like to welcome to the podium now a man with a bit of a smirk on his face, but it's only April. It's not September yet. All the Tipperary people here just want to remind you of that. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the IFA from Galway, Joe Healy.
Thank you, Damien. Haven't a clue what they're talking about. Former presidents and people from IFA and the agri-food sector, public figures, you're all very welcome here today. And the Commissioner did mention that I was in good form today, and I am in good form, but my good form today is based on everywhere I look. This morning there's IFA members from every county in the country here supporting your organisation to send forward a very clear message at this forum today. Mind you, I was also in good form yesterday. Commissioner Hogan, thank you for giving us a clearer picture of the current EU position in the Brexit negotiations, and I welcome many of your comments. We are fortunate to have an Irish Commissioner in the agricultural portfolio facing into these critical negotiations. And Commissioner, I fully accept and know that your job is to represent Europe's farmers across all 27 member states. But I want to tell you that Irish farmers, not only in this room, but right across the country, are depending on you to protect our interests at this critical time. You and your colleagues in the European Commission cannot allow our livelihoods to be destroyed as a result of Brexit. How can you safeguard us? Well, three things clearly are required. Number one, the closest possible trading relationship between the EU and the UK to be maintained. The value of that UK market also to be maintained, and as you alluded to yourself, a fully funded CAP must be secured. And we can ask ourselves, why is this so important? From an Irish point of view, agriculture and the agri-food sector is the backbone of the Irish economy. Last year alone, our food and drinks exports accounted and topped 11 billion euros. Farming and food economic activity is in every town, parish and village throughout Ireland, supporting 300,000 jobs directly or indirectly. Irish agriculture generates an annual turnover of 26 billion euros, 24 billion of which is retained within the economy, with 3/4 of all agri-inputs being sourced locally. That's what's at stake in these Brexit negotiations. That's why farmers from all sectors across the country have come here today to challenge you and our political leaders here in Dublin and in Brussels to fight for our livelihoods. The implications of Brexit are clear and they are stark. Ireland is the most exposed EU country and member state, and the stakes are highest in the farming and food sector. 40%, or 4 billion euros worth, of our exports, of our agri-food exports, go to the UK, including 50% of our beef, 1/3 of our dairy products, over half of our pig meat, and over 90% of our mushrooms. The border also creates serious challenges. Every year, thousands of animals and huge volumes of agricultural produce cross the border to Northern Ireland for further finishing and processing as part of a highly integrated supply chain. These trading links have been built up over many years and are critically important for farmers and processors on both sides of the border. Brexit presents a real risk of a hard border with customs checks and other controls. This would seriously disrupt trade and have a serious impact on the daily lives and businesses of farmers, particularly in the border counties. We simply cannot allow that to happen. Let's look at the CAP. Defending the European model of farming is a cornerstone of the Common Agricultural Policy. The EU applies tariffs on imports from non-EU countries to protect the market for European farmers. It's no exaggeration to say that a cheap food policy in the UK would fatally undermine Irish and EU exports and hit farmer prices. Again, Commissioner, we cannot allow this to happen. The UK is a net contributor to the CAP budget. Farmers across all sectors, and particularly in the dry stock sectors, are hugely dependent on direct payments. Commissioner, I want to tell you plainly here, Irish farmers don't want to hear of any talk of CAP cuts. And I do acknowledge your line a few minutes ago of a fully funded CAP. I now want to highlight some of the specific issues for our main sectors. I've mentioned beef already, and for the beef sector, the threat from Brexit is frightening. The UK is the market for 50% or 270,000 tonnes of Irish beef exports. IFA strongly supports efforts to secure new markets for Irish beef. However, the reality is that any damage to our position on the UK market would see significant displacement of Irish beef onto other EU markets, such as France, Germany, the Netherlands, Italy, etc. This would obviously destabilise the EU beef market, undermining price returns to farmers, not just here in Ireland, but right across Europe. In the dairy sector, 1/3 of our exports go to the UK. It's our main market for cheddar. There is no alternative. A loss of access to the UK market would disrupt the overall dairy sector here. Brexit also presents a particular threat for milk processors depending on an all-Ireland milk pool. The same applies for the pig meat and poultry sectors, where large volumes of product are moving across the border for processing. In the sheep sector, the key issue is the future destination of large volumes of New Zealand lamb imports. Across virtually every sector in agriculture, from beef, dairy and lamb to mushrooms and forestry, there is a real threat from reduced access to the UK market through tariff barriers, a loss in the value of the UK market through increased low-cost imports, and a potential reduction in the CAP budget post-Brexit. The ESRI has estimated that WTO tariff rates would virtually wipe out the agri-food sector trade to the UK, with losses of over $2 billion alone in the beef and dairy sectors. At farm level, Teagasc looked at the impact of a hard Brexit and what it would do to farm incomes in a scenario where there might be a 10% reduction in the CAP and lower market and exports to the UK, allied to lower UK food prices. Farming would be devastated, with average incomes falling by 26%. Cattle farm incomes would be worst hit, dropping by a massive 37%. That would finish suckler beef production in Ireland. We're talking about the livelihoods of over 100,000 farmers involved in the livestock and beef sector, and thousands of jobs in the beef processing and related sectors. Since the UK vote, the IFA has consistently campaigned to highlight the significant threats posed to Irish farming from Brexit. We have produced this comprehensive document that the Commissioner alluded to, which analyses what's at stake and sets out the solutions that are required. We have engaged with politicians here and in Brussels. We have met with EU's chief negotiator on Brexit, Michel Barnier. He had this document, he has it read, and he's aware of our issues. And I also want to add that I'm delighted that Phil Hogan returned the compliment to him, in the sense that Michel Barnier also talked about the strong working relationship he had with Commissioner Hogan, similar to Commissioner Hogan saying today he had that strong working relationship also. We met with our Taoiseach in Kilkenny and Ministers Creed and Flanagan, and have also met with the UK Ambassador to Ireland, Robin Barnett, and indeed many other EU government representatives. IFA is actively working with European farm organisations to highlight the damage a hard Brexit could do to Europe's 45 billion euros worth of exports, of food exports to the UK. We are also in close contact with our colleagues in the Ulster Farmers Union, and indeed with the National Farmers Union and our umbrella body, COPA, the European farming body. And I'd like to welcome Barclay Bell and Martin Merrill from the UFU and COPA respectively here today, and they'll speak later on today. IFA is determined that farming and food is top of the Brexit agenda, not only in Ireland, but also at EU level. And there are a number of reasons for this, none more so than the reason that farming supports 44 million jobs across the European Union. Commissioner, Europe's strategic objective in these negotiations must be to maximise the future value of the EU farming and food sector. IFA is very clear on what that means. Firstly, it means maintaining the closest possible trading relationship between the UK and the EU while preserving the value of the UK market. The UK is proposing, and the Commissioner referred to it, a bold and ambitious free trade agreement that covers sectors crucial to our linked economies. Such an agreement must be in both sides' interests. In the agri-food sector, tariff-free trade between the UK and the EU alone does not go far enough. The value of our exports cannot be undermined by an increase in low-cost food imports into the UK market or by imports that do not meet the high food safety, animal welfare, health and environmental standards that are required of Irish and EU farmers. Any free trade agreement must include the maintenance of European standards and the UK's acceptance that the European Common External Tariff to protect the market against low-cost imports. I want to put it very, very clearly. Cheaply produced beef from Brazil and other Mercosur countries cannot be allowed onto the British supermarket shelves alongside our high-quality and expensively produced beef. Secondly is our requirement of a strong CAP budget following the UK's departure. Commissioner, Irish farmers are already struggling to cope with the erosion of the basic payment. Many farmers in this room are up in arms over the cuts in their payments introduced by your predecessor, Commissioner Cholish. We need an increase in the CAP budget in the next reform. And Commissioner, if the Brexit negotiations go wrong for Irish agriculture, farmers must be compensated directly for the damage caused. Looking at a few other issues, farmers, processors and the wider agri-food sector have invested a lot in both time and money in building market share in the UK. We cannot afford to lose that share. We've been struggling to cope with the devaluation of sterling over the past 12 months. In the event of any other significant drop, farmers and the food sector will require direct support through CAP market supports and flexibility on state aid rules. We also want increased resources for market access and promotion for relevant bodies, including the Department of Agriculture and Board Bia. Also, we need to minimise the uncertainty during the negotiation process. Discussions, and during that process, discussions on the future EU-UK framework must commence early in the withdrawal discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, Brexit is without doubt the greatest threat to Irish farming in our lifetimes. The livelihoods of thousands of farm families and the future of the agriculture and food sectors are at stake in these negotiations. This morning I have set out the imperatives for Irish farmers and the agri-food sector in the Brexit negotiations. There is a huge responsibility on both EU and UK politicians to get this right. Minister Creed and the Irish government must ensure that farming and agri-food issues are top of the EU's Brexit agenda. Commissioner, the ball is about to be thrown in on the Brexit negotiations. And to put it plainly, this is senior hurling. Up until yesterday I was going to say of the Kilkenny kind. We leave it at that. Commissioner, this is about Europe showing its commitment to Irish farming. It's about jobs. It's about rural communities. It's about farm families. It's about you and your team defending and protecting Irish and European farmers. Commissioner, since assuming the presidency of the IFA 1 year ago tomorrow, this is the most serious statement I have made when I say that Irish farmers need, expect, and depend on you to deliver for us. Thank you very much.
Okay, Joe, thank you very much indeed. And another significant line you mentioned there, this is the greatest threat to Irish agriculture in our lifetime. It's a very strong statement to make. Okay, we have a few minutes. We have 4 microphones, obviously with people holding them. I think Sean and Fintan and Thomas and Adrian are there. So if you raise your hand, just if you have a question, and we will we'll get to you. I could ask the guys with the mics maybe to go to them. But Commissioner, just first of all, the British election being called this day last week, almost to the minute. Is that a game changer in any shape or form? And I see even, Tony Blair is out kind of giving the impression that this can be in some way undone. I mean, is it a case that the ship has sailed and that's it regardless of what happens even in the British election?
Well, we have to operate on the basis that the ship has sailed and the British people have voted on the 23rd of June. We cannot operate any other way. It's up to the British people to decide whether they want to change their mind and have another vote. But I don't see that happening in the near future. But I think that there's a potential for more positivity creeping into the negotiations if there is a larger majority for the government and they have more room to manoeuvre. That's the potential, that where flexibility on the British side might be
So
more
an
open.
increased Conservative majority from 17 up to maybe close to 100, would you see that now from thinking these people here, is that a good thing or a bad thing
I
for
think
us?
there's potential positivity in that regard. If there's a larger majority, you have more room to manoeuvre. If you have no majority, or if you have a small majority, you're going to be squeezed by the hardliners who don't want anything other than a hard Brexit. So I hope it is a positive sign, and we will wait and see.
We're operating in an echo chamber here, and listening to Joe's speech there, listening to politicians on the radio, reading newspaper articles here, we all talk about the problems that face Irish agriculture and Ireland in general as a result of Brexit. Let's get in a plane and go to Brussels, to where you are, and there are people there that are negotiating on behalf of the EU who want to give the UK a bloody nose for having the temerity to want to leave the EU. Are they taking into consideration the concerns of Irish farmers?
Well, I said in my speech that the unique circumstances that Ireland are in now, through no fault of the Irish people, is well recognised and will be recognised in the document that will be agreed by all Prime Ministers of the 27 next Saturday. I think this is a major step forward. The Good Friday Agreement will be recognised, but also the peripherality now of Ireland as a member of the European Union, which happens to be located side by side a major partner in the past, the United Kingdom, while it's leaving, also will be recognised by the Prime Ministers of the 27 member states. So in the first part of the match, and this is going to go on for a while, the ball is in for a while, Joe, by the way, and but in the first part of the match, if you don't get your asks in the first draft, of course, you're going to have to give away in negotiations something in return to get it in the final document. So I have to say that the Taoiseach has done a very good job to date in relation to what is going to be achieved on Saturday. And I think that's a good start.
Okay, well, hopefully we're playing with the wind in this first half as well. Because are they mutually exclusive? The idea of Ireland getting a good deal vis-a-vis, a soft border and various issues to do with trade, while at the same time teaching the UK a lesson and sending out a message to other EU countries, there's going to be no sweetheart deals. If you leave the EU, it's going to be hard and tough on you. Can you have both?
We're not going to be in the business of punishment beatings for the people of the United Kingdom that you advocate. The European Union is not in that business. We have to respect in a sovereign way that people have democratically voted to leave the Union. It's very difficult to disentangle a member of the European Union after 43 years membership, and it's going to take a bit of time. But the principles are going to be decided on the EU negotiating positions next Saturday, and I am very satisfied that what I hear and read is going to be satisfactory in the first step of the process, where the situation of Ireland's unique circumstances, and they are unique vis-a-vis any other member state, that are going to be recognised. And the other 26 member states are backing Ireland in that regard. So that must mean something then when you get into the more detailed negotiations, when the government will be putting up proposals for solutions to the problems, and some of those solutions will emerge from the IFA paper that Joe Healy has just mentioned today. So I think So far, so good, but there's a long ways to go, and there's proposals now and solutions that we have to put forward, and we have to continue putting them forward on the basis that the other 26 member states, or a majority of them, will agree with us.
Okay. I'm going to open it to the floor, so just raise your hands there. Just one more question in relation to CAP. Is it wishful thinking on Joe Healy's behalf that the CAP is protected? It was already going to be under pressure before Brexit. Now you take away the British contribution. Is it impossible for you to actually commit to Irish farmers that their single farm payment is not going to be cut in 2020?
The only way that your single farm payment and the agricultural budget can be kept as it is if the member states of the other 27 member states put in the money to replace the money that's lost from the UK leaving. Now, is Ireland prepared to put in more money into the EU budget? Are the other 26 member states prepared to put in money to fill the black hole arising from the withdrawal of the UK from the European Union? That is the test. And if that money is put in, of course, we will be able to protect the European Union agriculture budget. But it's the member states that decide the contributions to the budget, not the Commission.
Okay, so they'll have to replace what the British are putting in. We have a question here. We have another. Where's the microphone? Adrian, you've them. Okay, we have a question up here first, and then one here.
Chairman.
One here. Yeah.
Thank you. I know you're pressed for time. Commissioner, welcome. Ger Bergen is my name from the IFA, and my question is, since the referendum in June of last year, a lot of people are talking about the theory of what might happen when Brexit eventually happens. But for Irish farmers and Irish cattle farmers in particular, the reality has already hit home. 150 million was wiped off the value of our livestock. The President made it very, very clear how that would play out in the future. Confidence was taken from the trade. I have no doubt that the industry took advantage of the situation to lower prices to farmers and undermine confidence. And my question to you is that if this was to continue, that during the negotiating process, sterling was to continue to be under pressure, or as a result of the outcome of the negotiating process, sterling was continued to be under pressure and our livelihoods at stake, will you as Commissioner act to put forward a financial aid package for our industry to protect the livelihoods of our family farms up and down the country? You said you're in the solutions business, and this is one of the options I think that is going to have to be looked at. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, okay, here, yeah, this man. Well, we just have the microphone here, and you can come next after that with your question.
Sorry, yeah, Brian Rush, Kildare farmer and Kildare IFA West Wicklow chairman. Commissioner, as a farmer, as all farmers, I am now hugely concerned with my family's future in this industry. So my question is, how are you going to ensure that Irish and European farmers are not irreparably damaged by Brexit? Thank you.
Not irreparably. Okay, and a question here. We'll take them in threes. Go ahead. Just state your name, where you're from, and your question.
Paddy Fitzgerald, I'm a 79-year-old.
Hold the microphone up, please.
Sorry, I'm a 79-year-old farmer at this stage. I signed the early.
Now, Paddy, I hope it's a question rather than a statement. If you're
I'll get to the question. I've got to explain my case first. Okay? To be admitted to the ERS, I was obliged to undertake to cease all commercial farming activity definitively in return for a 10-year pension. The single payment qualifying years were 2000, 2001 and 2002. Only people who were actively farming as farm owners or lessees were entitled to the single payment. I could not be farming in those years as I had a prior ERS contract with the EU. Prior to the advent of milk quotas, there was another EU scheme, milk cessation scheme contract.
Paddy, is this to do with Brexit?
It certainly has.
Okay,
we're talking about direct payments.
No, sorry for it's just that in relation to time, please.
Yeah. Sorry, well, I'm doing the best I can. When milk quotas were introduced to the EU decided to deny those milk producers the right to produce any milk after the 4-year period, even though the then contract only lasted 4 years. The European Court of Justice ruled that those milk producers were entitled to milk production rights equal to the quantity produced before they entered the milk cessation scheme. Those Mulder farmers were allowed.
Paddy, I'm
milk
sorry. Sorry, Paddy. We
I
don't have time. Can you get to your question, please, if you don't mind, for the benefit of everyone else here?
I've got to explain it.
No, we need a question, Paddy. Sorry. Paddy, we need a question. I'm sorry. We cannot take time.
You won't allow me to get there.
Will you please ask a question,
I will, of course.
Thank you.
You've been holding me up all the time.
Keep going.
The difference between those mulder farmers and the ERS farmers is the mulder farmers were compensated because they had a prior contract with the EU. The ERS farmers, who also had a prior contract with the EU not to go back farming definitively, were not compensated. The EU are now recouping the pensions paid to those ERS farmers
Paddy,
left without the single payment.
Sorry, this is a speech you're making. Okay, we'll come back to you. Commissioner, first of all, I'm sorry, Paddy, it's just in relation to time, there's more people that need to ask questions. We're here today to talk about the effects of Brexit on Irish agriculture, and as I said at the beginning, we don't have time for long speeches, and you're out of time in relation to asking a question. It's taken too long, I'm sorry. Okay, Commissioner, the first question in relation to compensation for the I suppose, beef farmers. We saw what was wiped off British exports last year as a result of what happened with sterling.
Well, Ger would know that sterling went up 6% last night. What do? Take the money back? You know, if we did put in a package a couple of months ago, you know, yes, there is volatility in the currency. Of course there is, and that's why you need a strong funded CAP. But also, I think that, you know, you cannot expect me to answer a question about currency fluctuations when actually it's the norm the world over in a market-orientated policy. There's going to be fluctuations in sterling. There's going to be fluctuations up and down. They're up now, and our exports are more competitive today than they were last week. But that could be changing next week. So you could be bringing in a package every second day. We have to try and find risk management tools that will even out the volatility that there is in the various sectors, and that's what we're working at. And secondly, Brian, could I say that a strong, well-funded CAP is important to your future. A free trade agreement between the UK and the EU is important for your future, and also special measures to represent the unique circumstances that Irish farmers now find themselves, north and south, because of, through no fault of their own, that they're exposed to the vagaries of the UK market post-Brexit are very important. And these are proposals that the Irish government have to put forward to Mr. Barnier, which ultimately have to be agreed by all member states. The governments of the member states have to make an agreement, plus the members of the European Parliament. And I don't think there's enough attention being given, and maybe Mairead will, other members, Deirdre and Sean Kelly who are here, that other members of the European Parliament need to understand these are people that have to sell the case on behalf of Ireland to MEPs from Bulgaria and Romania and Italy, and countries that may not have much knowledge of the Irish problems associated with Brexit. And that takes a bit of time, and we need to get on with that work as well, because the European Parliament must approve this deal as well. But I think that there is an enormous amount of goodwill there at the moment, and we need to harness that with the proposals that we will make on behalf of the Irish government to Mr. Barnier and his team.
Okay. Joe, do you want to come in on that? Anything there?
Yeah, I think if we want to safeguard the future of Irish farming, we all know, none of us had to come here today to realise and appreciate the importance of a properly funded CAP, the important role that the CAP and the direct payments play in all our incomes. We have some different sectors that it can account for anything between 100 and 150% of their income. So a fully funded CAP is imperative. And I also, we talked about the volatility, and I'm just going back to Ger's question. That volatility cost beef farmers alone last year, in 6 months, 150 million. The Brexit is a market disturbance.
And out of the Commission's hands in terms of market fluctuations, as the Commissioner said there.
Yeah, no, and I accept his point, but like from a farmer's point of view, there are areas where there are funds for market disturbance measures, and we consider strongly that Brexit has caused serious market disturbance.
Maybe we can do more on this.
Yeah.
Maybe we can do more on this in the context of the tools that are needed for farmers to reflect price volatility from whatever source, whether it is from commodity changes, sterling changes in the next reform. But I don't see, I'll be honest about it, I don't see a package of measures for that alone emerging in the context of Brexit. But there is an opportunity to put forward a special case for special measures to reflect the difficulties that Irish farming and agri-food has in the context of the 43% dependence on the UK for our exports.
Okay, so it is worth highlighting. Okay, we'll take another. There's a man here. Now, I'm really sorry to be disrespectful, but we are under time pressure, and if you can keep your question succinct and in relation to what we're here about today, the effects of Brexit. Who are you and where are you
Pat
from?
Mullins from North Cork, livestock producer. Just like to put it to Commissioner Hogan, and look, Joe Healy, our president, and Joe Bergen have alluded to already. As beef farmers, we did take an immediate hit in the aftermath of the Brexit vote. And I'm just wondering what measures the Commissioner is going to put in place that beef farmers like myself and many others in the room have a viable future going forward. Thank you.
Have we another? Where's the microphone? The guys, okay, yes. I'm just following the guys with the microphones because they, go ahead. Okay, well, go ahead, yeah.
Sorry, Michael Biggins, Mayo. I'm a beef producer and IFA member. Commissioner, I saw you given a wry smile when I heard the President looking for an increase in the cap. Commissioner, we cannot afford a cut in cap, a cut in direct payments. And I think, and I know, and I appreciate what you say, that it's up to the governments of the other 27. But we need you as Commissioner coming out strongly and saying that we absolutely need this budget to be kept as it is. And I'd like to hear a commitment from you today for that.
Okay, in relation to, again, it's a follow-up question, I suppose. A beef farmer is very, very concerned. Is there anything, you can't do anything to protect the UK from implementing a cheap food policy if they wish?
Well, the way to do this is through a comprehensive free trade agreement between the EU and the UK. If we can get a free trade agreement between the EU and the UK, it means that we can get recognition in a chapter on food safety, on food standards, animal welfare, environment. And that locks in the UK into a deal with the European Union that they cannot accept the cheap food products from the South Americas or from the United States or from China or wherever. And this is the way I think that we should be approaching it. And this will help to protect our interests much more from the dumping of cheap products that was alluded to by the President on the EU market. And secondly, there should be flexibility possible in terms of state aid rules, in terms of areas like de minimis rules for financial support. These are the issues. I'm not going to prejudge what Minister Creed or the Irish government will actually propose, but this is a menu of options that they can look at in order to protect Irish agriculture and Irish agriculture and food from the worst excesses of Brexit. And in relation to the cap budget, if the money is there, I won't be shy about spending it, I can assure you that. But I don't decide the budget. It's the member state governments and the European Parliament, particularly the member state governments, that will decide the budget, for the overall budget. So you have to talk to Mr. Kenny over there in Mayo and make sure that he's on the right track.
Might be a bit late for that, maybe. Okay, I see a couple of hands just up. Have we a microphone up around this area? Here, we have one here, sorry, and then you can move up the back. Go ahead.
Just in light of the difficulties that...
yeah, just introduce yourself.
I'm Michael McNamara, Scariff, County Clare, IFA. In light of the difficulties that any introduction of tariffs would pose for live exports, shipping becomes more important. Is there any possibility of legislation to ensure mutual recognition so that any ship registered in any EU state could pick up from another, which would lessen, obviously, red tape for Irish live exporters to North Africa or the Middle East?
Okay, another microphone then up the back there. Just a couple of questions at the back there. Sorry, we won't be able to get to everybody.
Thank you.
Apologies for that, but we'll do our best.
Thank you, Damien Cormac, Healy, Meat Industry Ireland. Just a follow-up on a point that the Commissioner made in relation to, in one of his answers, in relation to, you know, the free trade, a deal with the UK, ensuring standards, ensuring that it doesn't, you know, isn't undermined as a market from deals that the UK might do in the future. Can you, Commissioner, give us some assurance here that the EU equally will not undermine our industry in the context of a Mercosur deal directly between the EU and Mercosur in the coming months or years? Because now is not the time, when we have such uncertainty around Brexit, now is not the time surely for the European Commission to be concluding a deal on Mercosur. Okay.
Somewhat related subject, indeed, is the worry running alongside about a Mercosur deal. What is the state of play there, Commissioner?
Well, there's negotiations going on with Mercosur since 2004, and the political situation is quite different now in South America than it was. But if there is to be a deal done with any particular free trade agreement, the standards of food and food safety and food quality regulations will have to be the same as the European Union. We are as well, and I'm sorry you didn't mention it, we're on the verge of doing a good deal with Japan and with Mexico. You know, it's not all one-way traffic, you know, negative. So we have to balance what we will get in terms of our support for the beef sector and for the dairy sector, all sectors in relation to these deals. I think we have to be ambitious, particularly in relation to Japan, in terms of getting, you know, a good deal on beef exports there in particular. And we are making progress to the extent that I would think we will do a deal in 2017. But the trouble is the lead-in time then for implementation of this agreement, the transitional period of time that has to elapse, can often be quite long, and we're trying to shorten that.
Okay,
on mutual recognition and
yep.
equivalence, Michael McNamara is perfectly right. This is what Ireland can still put forward as one of its proposals, that there should be mutual recognition and equivalence in relation to all standards, in relation to shipping or in relation to logistics overall. There's no difficulty about putting forward that proposal. I think the vast majority of people, and I'd say everybody here, will be very happy to continue as we are, as if nothing happened in a free trade agreement. But of course, the United Kingdom, once they leave the single market, will be already at a disadvantage. But we have to try and cajole them, or whatever, persuade them, to stay in the customs union. This would be hugely important from the point of view of Ireland, the island of Ireland.
Okay. Question here, question up the back. There's a man with his hand up the back there, anxious to ask a question, and another one up here where Adrian is. We'll go down here first.
Thanks, Chairman. John Hanley, Chairman of Roscommon IFA. Commissioner, a couple of years ago, we had the Russian ban that cost Europe roughly around 5 billion. We've seen what the devastation that caused, particularly in pigs and dairy. We export roughly 5 billion to the UK. What would that do to a country? A small Ireland, I'm looking at the map here in front of me on the screen, and we have that imaginary line, 300 miles. I see it's fairly well clipped out there. To this nation, agriculture is the backbone of this nation. Our president said 300,000 jobs. I think it's something that maybe in Brussels, that message has to get across, and get across fairly quick. Thanks.
Okay. Somewhat of a follow-up to what's spoken about earlier on. Just take the microphone up to the man with his hand up, and up here at the back we have another question. Yep.
Okay, Commissioner.
Who are you? Your name, please.
Sorry, Bert Stewart, Animal Health Chairman. Commissioner, as you know, animal disease doesn't recognise borders. There has been, and we accept, huge progress has been made on an all-island health status through EU schemes and voluntary programmes. We can't allow a different herd health status on both sides of the border. Any reduction in the health status or controls on one part of the island will inevitably have huge repercussions for farmers south of the border and the investments they have made. There is a threat to the herd health status of the national herd south of the border if different legislations or controls are put in place north of the border. So look at, Commissioner, I'd like to hear how you propose to deal with this issue, because it is a huge issue for the national herd health of our
Okay,
herd.
thank you, Bert. And a question up here, and there's another man here, if we can get a mic down to him. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just two quick questions.
You are?
Number one, David Thompson, dairy farmer, County Limerick.
Just a quick one question, David, please.
One is that the IFA have produced a very good document. Do you think that the government should get all stakeholders together and have one Irish policy to go forward and sell it in Europe? The second one is that Theresa May signed an agreement to take Ireland and the UK out of the EU under the Royal Seal. Now, we have our sovereignty as a 32-county situation signed in 1919. What is the situation?
Okay, do you want to take those last two questions first, Commissioner, and then Bert's one on animal health?
Well, first of all, I think, John, you don't have to persuade me about the importance of agriculture. 32 years in politics in a rural constituency, I certainly couldn't ignore farmers or I wouldn't have got elected. And I know what the pigs and dairy export situation was like and the pig prices. We've doubled the exports now to China last year, arising from 2 trade missions I did with companies, including some people in this room. And pig prices have went from 130 a kilo to 175. And the Russian embargo allowed us to get more money into promotion into other third country markets. We've replaced everything that went into Russia with the help of money, 200 million euro from the European Union. And all of the products that were going to Russia are now going elsewhere around the world, particularly in the Far East. So I can assure you that I understand perfectly well what you've been saying. I agree with Bert that this is a key ask for the Irish authorities and for the European Union. It'll be a key ask that we have a continuation of the the high-quality food standards and animal health acquis and regulations that we have now. It won't be acceptable in any negotiations that we can conclude a deal where we have different regulations in the UK as we have in the European Union. So our position will be to maintain what we have of the highest quality standards for animal health, animal welfare and food standards. And it would be very difficult to police that otherwise on the island of Ireland. There should be a whole of government approach. I've advocated that to the government, and I've advocated to the IFA and to the Minister of Agriculture that in the food sector there should be a whole of government approach to food and agriculture, in the same way as there should be a whole of government approach for all other sectors of the Irish economy that are affected by Brexit. And the sooner that we do that, the sooner we will be in a position to have 5 or 6 key asks. You won't get everything we're looking for, but you have to make sure you prioritise the vital 5 or 6 key asks that you're making.
Should we have a minister for Brexit?
No, I think that this is too important, that the Taoiseach, as the head of state in a small country, is the person that must lead from the front and coordinate all ministers in relation to doing a good job for Brexit, and that is the right decision. And the Good Friday Agreement deals with all the legislation regarding the Royal Seal, David, and everything else that you mentioned, of which I'm not an expert, and probably you are. But the Good Friday Agreement is recognised as sacrosanct in the context of these negotiations. It's recognised by the United Nations and recognised by the European Union for years in terms of the 3 billion of financial support that we've been giving in Interreg funding and peace funding for the last 25 years. So if that includes the Royal Seal, it's a bonus.
Okay, we have 2 questions here and one over here. Go ahead, yes?
Damien, Frank Brady, Monaghan IFA. Joe, it's not a ball you should have been thrown in today, it's a slither. That's the first thing I'd say.
You know about that in Monaghan?
Yeah, well, sure. That's true too. Number 2, Mr. Hogan, will you tell Cormac Healy that 175 is going for pigs at the minute? Because if I go up and tell him, he'll deny it. Getting to the crux of the matter, the union will act as one, you said. Does that mean we will be hung out to dry like we were when we had our financial crisis and concessions only came after Greece and Spain got in trouble? Are you confident that the EU will deliver on your promises?
Well, I'm delighted that we're not like Greece, and because of the sacrifices made by the Irish people, we're not like Greece, and Ireland is on a good, positive trajectory, and I'd like to be positive about this discussion as well in relation to Brexit. We're going to do what we can together to mitigate the damage that's done by a decision that is made by some other people other than us, and I expect that we work together, we'll get a good outcome.
Okay, question over here, and then we've another one here. There's a mic here somewhere. Go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, Commissioner, we've spoken about the...
You are? Sorry.
John Coughlin, Munster Chairman and Inputs Chairman, but we've spoken about trying to protect our exports. But, Commissioner, we have a serious problem here with our input costs as a farming group. We have a campaign in relation to the fertiliser tariffs that are imposed by the EU, and we've seen our fertiliser prices increase by up to €100 a tonne in the last 6 months here in Ireland. It's impossible to farm under those scenarios. We'll see that fertiliser price go back down again very soon. But we can't, as farmers, continue as long as there are tariffs being placed on imports into the EU, tying our hands behind our back. Will you drive that campaign for us, please?
Okay, hold that question. And where was the other microphone?
Hello. George Starrett, Donegal.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
AFA. Just wondering what's going to happen in Donegal with if there is a hard Brexit, as most of the meal that we bring in comes through the docks and dairy. Most of our trade, we're going to be stuck there's only a small border between Donegal and Leitrim, and most of our trade goes through the north to get south or get anywhere else. What is going to happen there? I would like all the politicians and all to fight for our side in Donegal with that. Thank you.
Okay, it's one of many issues in relation to the actual border, which, as I'm sure the practicalities of farming in the Republic and the North, the amount of milk that's crossing the border, that issue there, they're all practical issues that I'm sure the Commissioner are very aware of.
Absolutely, and the Taoiseach is on record as saying that he doesn't want to go back to the situation of having a hard border arising.
But would there be fellas in Brussels wouldn't care about that just to, would there be people in Brussels don't care about any of that? That's Ireland's problem. We need to negotiate a deal here.
I have 2.5 years in this job. I have never seen such unanimity in all European institutions. and a recognition about the unique problems that are faced in Ireland, arising through no fault of their own, about the border, about the Good Friday Agreement, and about the trading relationship that's of an integrated nature between Ireland and the UK. I can assure you that that's well known. We're not contemplating a hard Brexit, not contemplating a hard border. That's the Irish position. And we have to work towards getting solutions to make sure that that is a reality. And that's what we will try and do.
Right. In relation to fertiliser price, a year ago you made a commitment that you would ask the companies, as a result of lower oil prices, to reduce their...
Absolutely, and they did for a short period of time, but of course they got back into the bad habits again. But I will continue to support IFA's campaign in relation to tariff cuts. It's Commissioner Moscovici, who is the taxation commissioner, that we have to persuade that this is the case, to allow Russian competition for European fertiliser companies to give cheaper prices of fertiliser. I will continue to support that campaign.
Okay. Joe, just before we finish, you've listened there to the Commissioner. I'm really, really sorry I didn't get to... I know a lot of hands are up, but we did our best to try and get around them all. You might be able to make some points a little bit later on, but I think we got a good few questions in. Joe, is there anything you just want to say just as a conclusion before the Commissioner goes? Just 30 seconds.
Just a few things, I suppose. He mentioned about the ball being thrown in for a while. We'd consider the ball that has been in for a while. That was only the league. The championship starts on Saturday, you know. But I think the last point there from John Coughlin, and I do want to acknowledge your support, Commissioner, on this in relation to the fertiliser, because if you go beyond the pigs and the poultry sector, fertiliser is the biggest cost on Irish farms. Itself and cost of finance are two huge costs, and I want to acknowledge the government and the acknowledgement of the cost of finance with the move last year in the low-cost loans, and we want and will expect more of those again this year, because what we need to keep an eye on is the cost competitiveness of Irish agriculture. But on fertilisers, Commissioner, we have a lot of work done in the organisation. The anti-dumping duties and the import tariffs are adding an extra 30 to 40 million euros a year on Irish farmers due to the lack of competition in the fertiliser. I fully appreciate the huge lobby that the fertiliser companies has in Europe and the funding behind them, but you know, the support that you've given us in the past year, I want you to continue that with the other commissioners and the Moscovici that you mentioned, because you know, it's about prices are on one side, but input costs are so critical on the other side as well. Really what we need to be talking about is the margin in the middle, and to have that as big as possible.
Okay, and Commissioner, 30 seconds. What's your take-home message for the people that have come here today to listen to you? What can you say to them that'll give them some confidence?
I can understand that people are very concerned because you're heading into an unknown situation. But I want to assure people that we will be working together with the IFA leadership and with all stakeholders, with the green jersey, and everywhere we can, to try and mitigate the damage that has been caused by this decision by the UK. And I think that the recognition of the unique circumstances that Ireland is in will be seen for what it is next Saturday in a very positive way, where Ireland will be up in lights as having a unique problem that requires flexible and imaginative solutions, and that's what we have to work towards.
Okay, well, the recognition of Ireland's unique status, particularly in relation to agriculture, is the important part of all of this. Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner Phil Hogan and IFA President Joe Healy, whom I'm sure you'll hear from later on. Thank you. And again, just my sincere apologies to those of you that didn't get to ask questions. We only had a limited amount of time. The Commissioner has other commitments that he needs. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving immediately on to our next discussion, our panel. And then we will be breaking for lunch, and somebody will come forward to give you ideas on how we actually, how that will be actually dealt with. But at this point in time, I'd like to welcome to the stage MEP Mairead McGuinness, Gavin Barrett, who is Professor of European Constitutional and EU Law at UCD. If you'd like to come forward, Gavin. We have Martin Merritt, who is the President of COPA, the European umbrella body of farm organisations. There's just some of them getting mic'd up there, no problem. Rowena Dwyer is somebody you all know. She is the IFA economist. And we also have Barclay Bell, who is President of the Ulster Farmers Union. So thank you all very much for coming along here today. We're just getting them mic'd up. So if you'd like to stay in your seats, ladies and gentlemen, just a bit of cueness. Mairead, if I can begin with you, you're very welcome. We heard there the Commissioner talking about the negotiations and how they are now, the ball is thrown in and all of that sort of thing. In relation to the Parliament, of which we have representation, including yourself, what sort of a role or what power do you have in these negotiations?
Well, the Parliament has to give a yes or a no to the final deal. Can you hear me?
We just...
Okay. That was just testing.
Okay.
Let's flick a switch.
Yeah, we'll flick a switch. And again, we'll have some time for questions. And, okay, you there now, Mairead?
No,
okay, well, come on up. Yeah, go up here for a second, Amy. It's not that you're not used to
I'm
standing
taller
behind a
standing
microphone.
up. And just on all of this ball talk that's in the room this morning, this issue is much more serious than any match. And that's why it's really impressive to see the turnout here today. And I want to commend IFA, presidents current and past, and it's really fantastic to see the past presidents in the front rows. You are a strong organisation, and you need to be stronger in the weeks and months ahead. And I also want to acknowledge the elected representatives, Deirdre Clune and Sean Kelly, my colleagues. The European Parliament, in the end, will vote yes or no to this agreement. But in my view, that shouldn't be the big issue. We're elected by you, so we represent you. I represent 15 counties of Midlands, North West, hands up Donegal. I go through Northern Ireland to visit my constituency in Donegal, and I will not vote for a hard border. There will be no hard border, and that is just the beginning and the end of it. And on this issue, and your questions, in a way, I suppose, were pointed to cause some controversy about the fellas in Brussels. Do they know? Do they care about Ireland? Get over that, will you? Please get over that idea that the fellas, because first of all, there's more than fellas in Brussels, there's an add-on to that which I won't say in public. But secondly, Ireland's issues, both political and economic, are well known because I articulate them as Deirdre, as Sean, as the other members of the European Parliament. But more importantly, sometimes you need to understand how your colleagues' shoe is also hurting. So understand what Bulgaria is worried about, or Estonia, or the Italians. I travelled to Madrid on Friday night to talk about Brexit. And I stood in a gap on Saturday when I got home so that the sheep would go in the right direction. I am very connected with the real world, as all MEPs have to be. So our function, in a nutshell, up to now has been to talk about the consequences of a hard Brexit for my constituency and my country. But also to say very clearly, and I don't think it's been said enough this morning, is that the EU of 27 has to be stronger after Brexit, not weaker. And that those of us who kick it about a bit, and it gets a bit of rough justice sometimes, have to change the narrative. Because as the Commissioner said, the narrative in the UK was always against and anti the European Union. And now we are dealing with the consequences of that. They're leaving. We're staying. Europe has to be united, and in my view, the Parliament has to reflect that unity.
Okay, Mairead, but just, you see, that we're talking about the fellas and the lassies and whatever, in Brussels, as in the bureaucrats, right, the people, the unelected people. You are part of the elected Parliament. Now, there are a lot of other MEPs there beside you who are dealing in their own states with disgruntlement and people saying, hey, look, the Brits have left, sure, we can leave as well, we don't like Europe. And isn't that the quandary? And the point I was making earlier on, isn't that the quandary? Is there a rump there that wants to punish the UK? Because if they don't, then there are other countries that are going to say, well, look at the deal that the UK got. We can be out of Europe and still we can dine at the European table in terms of trade and so on.
The UK will damage itself. Europe will not be part of punishment. As Barnier has said, there will be no punishment, but there'll be no naivety.
But you can't make it easy for them.
But the UK will not have the same deal as they currently have. And in one sense, while I'm very concerned about the UK, I'm more concerned about Ireland and the EU of 27. So while you're saying that, look, we'll have to make an example, I think that's the expression that's used. That's old talk. That's gone. What Europe is focused on now is the reality of the process. The negotiations, even though they haven't started, they've begun. As you say, it has started. We've 2 years to negotiate a withdrawal agreement. For this room, The divorce settlement is only one part. The most important part for your prosperity as farmers and your families is the second phase, the trade deal, and the transition that will be required between the divorce and the new arrangements. And there's been a lot of, concern expressed, and I took note of all the questions, and that's extremely valid, because we're looking at a worst-case scenario. Okay. But we are in the business of making sure we get as close to where we are at today, not to that worst-case scenario.
Okay, can I bring Gavin in? Gavin, at this point, take us through Article 50 and what happens here. What is the procedure? Is it a case that that there is a procedure of sorting out this divorce, whether it's going to cost the UK 5 billion or 50 billion, and then after everything else after that, or do they work parallel to each other?
Is the mic working?
Yes.
Article 50 is a treaty article that came into force with the Treaty of Lisbon in 2009. Nobody doubted that a state could leave the European Union before then, but Article 50 introduced a formal procedure whereby it could happen. And it's fairly straightforward. It provides that a member state that wants to withdraw shall notify the European Council of its intention. The UK did that on March 29th, and that's a very significant date, because that more or less set a sand timer working, because effectively what happens is that the treaties cease to apply to the state, that's the UK, from the date into entry into force of any agreement reached, or failing that within 2 years of the notification. So basically a 2-year sand timer running within which an agreement must be reached, or you get effectively a hard Brexit at that stage without
so no deal means a hard Brexit, is that it?
No deal effectively would mean, yes, it would mean that you would be, I suppose, falling back on WTO rules at the end of the day.
But no deal doesn't necessarily mean a collapse, a repeal of the vote.
Well, no deal means...
Or back to the people again?
No, it doesn't. It just means exit takes place without a deal. But we should be clear here. I mean, there are different kinds of deal. The deal that's involved in Article 50 won't actually determine the future relationship between the United Kingdom and the European Union. That effectively what we're talking about is almost 3 deals. The Article 50 deal, which is the initial one, is one that will be agreed by qualified majority by the Council, getting the European Parliament's consent. And effectively what's going to be in that, well, we know what's going to be in it because the European Council and the Commission have guided us in relation to that. So it'll deal with things like the famous financial obligations, the 60 billion that the UK is supposed to owe, citizens' rights, the rights of migrants in the United Kingdom and indeed in the European Union. Ireland's position features very prominently actually in those. So the government have done a good job in getting the Irish position in there, and various other things as well, the position of goods placed on the market. Now, as regards other aspects of that, the transitional arrangement maybe that will be phase 1, what I've just described there. There's a second phase to that Article 50 agreement, which will basically determine transition arrangements, which may run for a number of years, determining the trade arrangements, and hopefully will involve something like a Norway-style arrangement. And then all you will get in terms of the future arrangement there is the promise of an understanding on the framework of the future relationship. So the future trading relationship between the United Kingdom and the European Union will actually be determined after the initial negotiations finished, and after the article, and after Brexit.
After 2 years?
Yes, okay. After Brexit.
Barclay Bell, President of the Ulster Farmers Union, you didn't necessarily take a position beforehand, a strong position anyway, and depending on who you listen to, there was a definite divide in how farmers in Northern Ireland voted, whether it was 60-40, 40-60 or 50-50. The ones that voted to leave, what were they thinking?
Yeah, well, I mean, as you mentioned, we as the Ulster Farmers Union, we took the position that in the absence of any compelling arguments to leave, we said remain. But I think the vote came probably at a time when farmers had been through a period, a difficult period. They weren't making money, and they decided, look, maybe we'd be better to take the chance here.
It was a bit of a protest vote against the EU, which you could say was cutting their nose to spite their face.
A bit of a protest vote, and as well as that, I suppose the huge frustrations with regulation. We all have to cope with regulation, but I think, as I say, it was a knee-jerk reaction. You had a few bad years, and farmers weren't making any real money, and the whole issue of regulation. And for some people, they decided that, look, we'd be better out of the EU. But it was always going to be a hugely divisive issue, and at the end of the day, it's hard to know what the split in the vote was.
Right. But do you really believe that a Conservative-led government now is going to replace the single farm payment that you receive post-2020. What does it total? Over £300 billion. Do you think that that's going to be high up in the Conservative manifesto between now and June 8th?
Well, it is a huge challenge for the four UK farming unions. It's a huge challenge for us in the Ulster Farmers Union to actually convince government, look, this is an industry worth supporting. And, you know, we heard mention a lot today about cheap imports, about a cheap food policy. And I think we're very much on the same page as a lot of what we've heard today. We don't want to see cheap imports. It was one of the 10 key principles that we identified the week after the referendum, that standards must be maintained, that we can't allow in food that's produced to a lower standard. So, but the big challenge, yes, is will the British government support our farmers? You know, it's probably early days yet, but
getting into the queue behind the NHS and everything else.
Well, there are all those challenges in this, but when you do look at some of the figures that are out there, that for every pound spent on farms, that there is a return of £7.40 in the wider rural communities. I mean, I think that has to be something that government has to bear in mind.
Okay, Martin Merritt, you're Danish, but you're president of COPA, which is the umbrella group for the IFA and the Ulster Farmers Union, a lot of the farmers' unions around Europe. Outside of Ireland and the UK, is there much concern among farmers about Brexit and the effects that it will have?
Well, first of all, let me take this opportunity to say thank you to the IFA to organize this meeting and giving me the opportunity to come to Ireland and participate in this. And also give me the opportunity to tell you all that the IFA is a very strong partner in our COPA organization, and it's also a strong partner to my country, which is Denmark, but especially the way IFA works in COPA is giving Irish agriculture a very strong position in our cooperation.
Do they have many allies now over the next couple of years?
And about the Brexit situation, I'll just say it very clear. We are, as farmers in our agricultural sector in Europe, we are together in this. This is not an Irish problem. I understand that it's a special situation you're in with the close connection you have to the market in the EU, but we are really in this, all of us. A lot of other countries have a lot of export to the UK, but even those countries who doesn't have a big export, well, they will be under a huge influence in the market if we doesn't succeed with having a new type of single market after the Brexit. So we have, our experience is very strong from when we were hit by the Russian ban. Those countries that were hit the most, of course, they were suffering immediately, but we know how much disruption that gave to the whole market for agricultural products in Europe. So that's why I mean this is something that is very important for all of us. And I think we should also listen to one of the things Mr. Hogan said, that was that we should take this serious, that they actually, that we saw this result on the referendum in the EU. I think many of us, me included, have often been in a situation where we maybe spent too much time talking about the things that the EU didn't do too well, and not spending enough time how important it is that we have the EU, that we have a single market, that we have a common agricultural policy.
Martin, are there any of your members at all that are, you know, pleased enough with Brexit? You know, in other words, are all farming unions together on this? Because, as you said, what happened with the Russian ban was, while countries weren't exporting direct to Russia, those that were looking for other markets, and there was suddenly competition in other markets around Europe, and we found ourselves in competition with Poland and other countries for our products. So is that message getting across that, you know, if there's a cheap food policy, that the likes of France, the Netherlands and Ireland, who export a lot to the UK, that they're going to be looking to replace those markets in other EU countries?
Yeah, well, of course, there will always be some nations that are in the front line. There was when the Russian ban, and there will, of course, if we're not successful getting a fair agreement on Brexit. But what we always tell, and what we spend a lot of time on our meetings in COPA, is to tell that we really have to understand that we are in one market. And if one country, if one group of farmers are successful finding a new market somewhere to export their products, well, that benefits all of us. And of course, the opposite situation, if we lose a market, well, then it will damage the whole situation. So we, like I said, we're really trying in COPIT to make everybody understand that we are in this together.
Okay, Rowena, the President in his speech there talked about, you know, holding on to what we have in the UK. I mean, is that just wishful thinking at this stage?
I think, Damien, if you look particularly at the last number of weeks and the commentary from at EU level and from the United Kingdom, it is not wishful thinking. And also, do you know what? It would be remiss of us if we didn't actually identify exactly what outcome needs to be achieved in order for this not to do a lot of damage.
But we're exporting so much, 40% of our exports go to the UK, and you're saying we can maintain that post-Brexit?
It's absolutely possible to do so. And for example, I suppose what we have to do is bear in mind what are the type of relationships that can exist even if the UK is not a full member of the European Union. And do you know what the Commissioner referenced it in his speech as well? If a lot of the issues relating to trade could be resolved, and I think very specifically about the border issue and the potential of a hard border, were the UK to remain as a member of the Customs Union, the European Customs Union. That's where we have a common trading area and we don't have customs borders. That's one option. And I suppose we've identified that is the outcome that should be sought for. And in the event that it can't be achieved, that's why we've said there are other elements that have to protect the integrity of the UK market. What I'll say about this is the following. What we're attempting to do is get the European Union to recognise that it is in the interests of Europe to maintain the value of the UK market and maintain access to the UK market for, as what Martin has referred to there, the overall market in which we trade.
I know that, but isn't that one of the many reasons why the EU electorate, or the British electorate voted to leave, was so that they can do what they want in a lot of ways, whether it's closing the borders to immigration or going off to other South American countries and signing trade deals. That's the reason they vote? Why should they stick around Europe in that regard then?
I'm not 100% sure why they voted for Brexit, but what I would say is the following. At some point, the people who are negotiating are going to take decisions and are going to say, what is the economic rationale here and what is the most economically sensible thing for us to do here? And yes, you can listen to a lot of rhetoric about what the UK wish to do. I assume that their government will try and negotiate in their economic best interest as well, ultimately.
Yeah, Murray, just on that, I mean, it's like the fella, is captain of the golf club and then he's finished and he still arrives up every day, and parks in the same spot. It's not going to happen with the UK. They either leave or they don't. And there's all talk of, well, we might do this deal with them or that deal, which is kind of having them as quasi-members, if you know what I mean. I mean, is it going to be one or the other?
I just want to pick up a point. Between emotion and economics, there's a very wide gap. And the vote in the UK was not about economics. It was about an emotional appeal to taking back control.
Yes.
I think that Barclay and his colleagues have a particular responsibility, if you don't mind me saying, before there's an election in the United Kingdom, before the June election, to find out exactly what the UK is thinking, both in terms of support for their agriculture sector, their trade mandate, and their new relationship with the United Kingdom. I would hope that Commissioner Hogan is right, that if the Prime Minister gets a larger mandate, that she might remove the extreme Brexiteers from her ranks. But that's a big if, and we don't know. Because until there is less emotion in the debate, and maybe on both sides, but particularly from the UK side, then I don't think we're going to get to a good place. But already the United Kingdom, that once said we will take back all our money, is saying actually we'll pay back into some policy. So they want to pay a little to get a lot. My view is they'll have to pay a premium to get a lot, because if you want to be outside the club but get the benefits, you pay more. Even in the golf club, I think they do that kind of thing. I'm not a member, so I don't know. But I do think that we have to be quite firm on these particular points. And over time, I think emotions tend to, fade a little, and that the economic and job consequences for the agri-food sector. Where are they going to get the workers in the United Kingdom? They're going to need the free movement of some description.
Are you disappointed that the Scottish Farmers Union, the Welsh, the NFU and the Ulster Farmers Union didn't have a stronger voice pro this time last year?
I mean, if I were their farmers and they represented me, I would be, but I'm not, so I don't have a view on that. But I think now, and more than the IFA is being very clear, I think now more than ever, and I take the point that you made, President, about criticising Europe. The narrative has to change. There's lots of things about the Common Agricultural Policy in Europe that I really, struggle with. But I think we have to be very careful that that struggle can lead to further disintegration. We've had a positive outcome in the first round of the French elections, and I think Europe has to build on that and work to making Europe better and address a better Brexit than the one that might face us.
Okay, Bartley, do you want to respond there to Ray?
Yeah, well, I suppose to go back to your point about the unions taking the lead, as I said, that was our official position, that in the absence of any compelling arguments to leave, we were saying remain. We presented the case to our membership, and I do honestly believe that before we presented the case, that our members, not only our members, all farmers in Northern Ireland, for those that wanted to leave, they had their mind made up, and we weren't going to change it. We're under no illusion about the task ahead of us, that we have a huge task ahead of us convincing British government, and back maybe to Mairead's point about our responsibility of trying to find out from the British government where they're going in all of this. We have been waiting on a green paper for 2 or 3 months on this one. Some people suggest we'll never see the green paper.
Okay, can I just put your hands up and we'll get the guys with the microphones to go to you, and I'll come to your questions. Martin and Rowena, you wanted to come in there?
Yeah, I'm just going to come in very briefly to pick up on what Mairead said, and also Barclay about maybe the role of the UFU, the NFU. I mean, we've been in discussions with them, in close contact with them, and what we're beginning to see is that there's a very common position here from the farmers on both sides of the border in Ireland and in the UK, even down to looking at, we're talking technical here, but that when the UK leaves the European Union, the maintenance of the same external tariff on agricultural products coming into the UK, that's hugely important, and it's very important for us. We will continue working with our colleagues here, that both sides representing agriculture in the UK, in Ireland, in the European Union are actually speaking the same language and looking for the same things.
And very much back to Bert Stewart's point. I mean, animal health, it doesn't recognise borders, so we realise the standards.
As we know from previous experience. Martin?
Well, you said that the British, they voted to be independent. Yeah, but they're not independent because even though they're importers on agricultural products, they're also exporters on agricultural products. So they are also depending on a market. And another important thing is that they are also dependent on a market for their industrial products. And I'm sure we will be in a situation where there will be a big role to play for COPA to make sure that there's the right balance between the interest on the agricultural industry and the industry in general, so that we won't be squeezed. That's the situation we see when we do trade negotiations elsewhere in the world, that we can be squeezed between a very strong European car industry especially and our agricultural sector.
Gavin, do you want to come in there?
Yeah, just a few quick points. One of them is that these negotiations are actually going to be some of the strangest trade negotiations we've ever seen, because we're going from a position in which there was perfect free trade, if you like, a single market between the parties, to a situation in which it's going to be worse than that. And if you like, both sides are prioritising things other than economic interest. Mairead was quite right. This was not an economic vote, if you like, and an economically rational vote would not take the UK out of the single market. Catherine Day actually made the point, the former Secretary General of the Commission, who's Irish, made the point that when she saw the British letter to the European Union notifying their exit, that she was wondering, well, why are you leaving at all if this is actually what you want? So that's another, and a further point, the punishment point, that's a really interesting thing as well. It's not about punishing the UK, but I think your golf club analogy is a very good one. You can't be a member of a golf club and then leave the golf club and then turn up to play in the golf club the next day. You're either in in or you're out at the end of the day. Essentially, what is going on in relation to that is that the European Union are interested in a comprehensive free trade agreement with the United Kingdom, although that's not the same thing as a customs union and it's not the same thing as a single market, but they won't give them and can't give them the same rights as members of the single European market.
Marie, we'll come back to you in a moment, but I just want to maybe get a few questions from the floor. Up, here's Adrian here, one here, and you've one there and one there. Okay, thanks lads for time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just again.
Yeah, Liam Dunn, I'm chairman of the IFA's Grain Committee. In fairness to the British, it has to be said, when it comes to working out food regulations in Europe, they have always had their policies based upon science. And it's one of the areas where we're going to find that they're going to be quite lacking, because sometimes in Brussels, the decision on food regulations aren't always based on science. In recent weeks, we've seen, for example, even though the European Chemical Agency in Helsinki came out positive in favour of glyphosate, there are still serious rumblings and serious political noises being made that glyphosate should be banned. There's also the issue of genetic modification, which the British, in fairness, have been somewhat in favour of. Is that going to become part of the negotiations that are going to take place? And where are we going to stand? And can Irish farmers continue to expect to see glyphosate on our shelves going into the future?
Okay, the man just beside him there, Adrian, but then over here first, yes? Go ahead.
Sean Dennehy, Sheep Chairman of Cork Central. I have a question there for Mairead on the quotas of sheep meat into the EU. When Britain joined the EU, part of their stipulation was that they'd be able to import New Zealand lamb from New Zealand, and that evolved into being a EU-wide quota. And what will happen that quota when Britain decides to leave? And it has huge implications for both Irish and European sheep farmers. And like Mairead, I want to make sure my sheep go in the right direction as well.
Okay, right, thanks, Sean. And one over here, yep.
Sorry, James O'Connor, County Monaghan. It's a question for Mairead as well. We talked about Europe showing its commitment to Irish farmers and rural dwellers, and how it works for the real ordinary people of Europe. And if ironically done that, it would help the negative image of Europe. The Commissioner talked about the unanimity in the Commission for Ireland's position, and I was wondering, is the same unanimity in position in the MEPs? Because one time you spoke about it is, but then you also spoke about a premium. You know, you can't go into a negotiation position saying you won't vote for a hard Brexit, and then in the next talk about a premium, you know, in the negotiation position.
Okay, Kate, I think, Mary, just that's kind of my first question to you. Is there unanimity? Is there a recognition of the special case that Ireland has within the Parliament?
On the politics and the border, there's absolute acknowledgement and concern for Ireland on the island of Ireland issues and the Taoiseach, and we've all been involved in that process. I did say in my comments that the second phase 2 or 3, as you would have put it, about the trade negotiations, I think that Europe wants a good trading relationship with the United Kingdom, and agriculture is part of that trade. And we do have a template for trade agreements, but they take a long time. And I suppose some of your anxiety is if Brexit happens today, it would be awful. But in truth, we're going to have 2 years of a withdrawal agreement. We hope to have at least a 3-year transition. So we are talking about a number of years before we would have a new trade agreement. So in the general, yes, people want to have a trading relationship with the United Kingdom. But to the point where you say around, you know, that I believe, and it is my view, that if the United Kingdom have voted to leave, but then they want to cherry pick some policies like research and innovation that they'd like to stick with, so they'll pay for those, or the Erasmus program, or some of those things, then I think there should be a premium, because they were involved as full members of Europe, but they're pulling out. And I think they understand that as well. And I think there is a view coming from the political system in the United Kingdom that if you want part of the bits you like, you do have to pay for it. So I don't think that there's a conflict in having that particular view.
Okay.
In relation to sheep,
Yeah,
maybe,
Sean's
just to answer Sean's question, that is part, Sean, of the negotiations. We don't know the answer to that. Just as, for example, we have signed, but it's not fully ratified, a trade agreement with Canada for the EU 28. And if and when all of this is worked through, the UK portion of that has to be unpicked. Nobody knows how that will be done. But interestingly, Europe is talking to parties at the moment, like Mercosur, and I'll refer to Cormac's question, for the EU 28. We're still negotiating, strangely, as EU 28. And then the UK part, as I say, would have to be unpicked. So it is one of the issues we're going to have to watch very closely, because it could have really bad consequences for us, although we could work it to our advantage as well. And then on the issues which were very specific around science and glyphosate or Roundup, I think you should check the MEPs who voted against Roundup. That's the Irish ones. That's just one comment. I have read the science around Roundup and glyphosate, and I resisted the efforts to do the popular let's ban it and get on with it. I think the gardeners of Ireland would go ballistic if it wasn't there. But on a more serious point around science, we do have an issue, and don't blame somebody in Brussels. This is driven by citizens in member states who are active and get together and have a petition going at the moment to try and ban glyphosate. And I have to say on that issue, it was the first time that I was contacted directly by farmers who had a concern, the tillage guys in particular, Mintill and all these good systems. You really have got to change how you lobby on these particular issues. And lastly, on GM, all of these will be around standards. And the farmers in the UK who voted to leave Europe because of regulations and standards will end up with the very same regulations and standards as they have today. And guess what? They'll even have to adopt the new ones that will come when they're outside, but they won't have had any say in those new rules. And that is just a fact.
Okay. Why, Mairead? Will they not, can they not unravel?
Because they want to trade.
Can they not relax if they
no,
want to trade?
No,
okay.
no, you don't relax if you want to trade.
Okay.
And that's the point that I think is mixed.
Rowena, you wanted to come in there, and then Martin, yeah?
Yeah, I did. Just briefly to pick up on Mairead's, the starting answer there, and what Gavin had spoken about in relation to the phases of the arrangement, that the first bit is the withdrawal arrangement and so on, that Article 50 doesn't allow you to have a new trading relationship. There is one point I just would like to make, because I think it was emphasised today and will be emphasised again. In Article 50, there is a sentence that refers to, that the withdrawal arrangement will be done taking account of the future trading relationship or the future relationship. For farmers here, for the agri-food sector, it is absolutely imperative that the direction of travel is identified early on, and that because whatever we are moving towards, people have to plan, people have to adjust. And again, it goes back to probably your first question to me. That's why we've set an ambitious high bar as the direction of travel.
Martin, you wanted to come in there and some of the questions.
I just want to say thank you for pointing it out, that I actually also think that we have a lot of UK farmers that voted to leave because of the glyphosate discussion, and that was definitely unfair, because the EU and the system under the Commission, they clearly said that there's no reason why we should ban the glyphosate. It is done by different GMO different public organizations. But another thing I'd just like to point out is the more general view on how the influence from the UK have been, if we should go to make science-based decisions or more emotional-based decisions. I really think that is one of the big problems when the UK are leaving. And usually when I'm asked about the Brexit, I say, yeah, of course, it's a huge problem for us, the disruption it can give in the market. But I really see it as a bigger problem that we, from the northern part of the EU, will lose one of our strong alliances in the EU. That's both as a whole, but especially also in our agricultural sector in COPA. We have always had a strong alliance with the UK representatives.
But Barclay, on that, did it come as news? I don't mean this to be smart, but I mean, did it come as news to a lot of farmers once the vote happened that it doesn't mean that they, that the UK is going to unwind a lot of hardcore EU regulation around GMOs, glyphosate, and all of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there probably is a realization there now that a lot of the regulation will remain.
Yeah.
Next year we will see the Great Repeal Bill, and which lifts all the EU legislation and sets it down into UK legislation. Given time, some of that may change, but that is going to take time. But when you do speak to, say, some of our vegetable farmers up in the north, You know, they'll tell you it wasn't the regulation that was coming out of the EU, it was the regulation that was coming from the retailers. Yeah. And retailers still have that power to dictate an awful lot, and they could drive the regulation as much as anyone.
Okay, interesting, yeah. Okay, we have a man here, yeah. Any other, yeah, man here, yeah. Hi. Again, introduce yourself and your question.
Well, I'm somewhat humbled to introduce myself because my father always said, never tell people you're from Newry. And
we just want your name, not
I know. Sorry, my name's Sean. But I thought you might like to know where I'm from. But funny enough, I did ask him, why wouldn't I tell people that I'm from Newry? And he did say, in case they think you're boasting. But hello, Barclay. Just want to say hello, Barclay. I'm from County Down, and I'm
and
also
your name?
John O'Hare.
Yes.
Sorry. Yes.
No, I know you, but for others, go ahead. Go ahead,
Yes.
John. Yeah.
I'm here partly representing shows. My own company, by the way, is Celtic Seaweed Products Limited, and we buy our seaweed from Donegal.
Right.
So we've
You've
got
been
our own
charged for that.
issues.
Continue
We've
on.
got our own issues with respect to Brexit. But in a little twist, I'm also involved with Newry Agricultural Society.
Right.
And I fear what might happen with a hard Brexit to the great community spirit that is engendered by our great shows all across the country. And I'm putting a little bit of a plug here in a strange twist to Brexit. We are hosting the World Aberdeen Angus Forum Championships at our show in Newry, the first time it's ever come to Northern Ireland.
Brilliant.
My
now,
question is... Sorry, Damien,
yes,
I know you're in a hurry
John.
there.
No.
But dare I say, please don't rush the goalkeeper, to use the various GAA phrases. I was just going to say, first of all, you're all invited to Newry's show on the 26th of June.
John, would you kick the ball out, please?
Will do. Second thing is, I've been trying to get Michael O'Leary, who is, although he's Ryanair, he's an Aberdeen Angus
Come on, John,
Forum,
come on.
So, in the opposite of that, I'm just, no,
go on, yeah.
I am being facetious.
Sure.
There isn't a question. If I can't get Michael O'Leary to
right.
open our show, would Mairead be interested?
Okay, have we any more questions? Thank you, John. Yes, up here.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Your question,
Hello,
please. And who you are?
Sean Butler. I'm
Yes,
representing, I'm from Kilkenny as well, but I'm representing EWFC today. That's European Working Community for Food Inspection and Consumer Protection. We represent thousands of people that carry out official controls in Ireland and in the EU. And I do agree with a lot of the people and the Commissioner this morning, and that there is a risk of cheap food coming into the UK and into the EU. My question is that I would be asking, and this may be to Mairead and the panel, that said that we feel important that official controls will be looked at very strongly, because I have colleagues in the UK and have told me this, and they said, our colleague here from Northern Ireland, they said, I don't want a hard Brexit. Nobody else wants it. We don't want a hard border either. But we do want good official controls. I feel, and working over the last few years for the EWFC, that we see at Brussels and Strasbourg that lobbyists kind of lighten the regulation. We don't want that. We hope when negotiations start that'll be important, because we would see...
Okay, controlling cheap food and the possibility of...
Relations, thank you.
Okay, Sean. Just, and we have another question here. That's an interesting one, that on the one hand, we don't want, and you can take it up here, on the one hand, we do not want a hard border, but if the UK introduced a cheap food policy, we don't want a situation where the man in the white van is coming across through Newry into the south as well. So how do we deal with that situation? Barclay, or...
Yeah, I mean, as I said, one of the key principles that we identified right at a very early stage was that we can't have cheap food imports produced to lower standards. That wasn't acceptable. I mean, that is very much a red line for us. And, you know...
But without a hard border, it's going to be easy for that to cross into the Republic. Whatever about Northern Ireland, you've voted, you're out, you have a cheap food policy. We haven't. And, you know, farmers here in the past have had to deal with competing with cheap imports. Rowena, is that
Damien, this is the really hard reality that we actually have to get our heads around here. We talk about a soft border. If we want a soft border, it has to be one that does not have the potential for cheap imports coming into the UK via Northern Ireland, coming into Ireland. Unless there is an arrangement that allows that, and I go back to, and I'm being technical, but a common customs arrangement here whereby there isn't a customs border, there isn't the official controls. What that gentleman has identified is absolutely right. We are going to have a strong border that checks on things as technical as country of origin, that we may have a free trade agreement with the UK for their food, but we would then have to be checking, well, is that actually food from Northern Ireland that's coming in or not? So if we want a border, if we want to aspire to what both sides have said, which is we want as free and frictionless a trade as possible, we have to look at the arrangements that will not have us having to check country of origin, food origin, as it crosses the border.
Okay, Marie, Gavin, do you have on that issue? On the one hand, we don't want a hard border, and the other one, we don't want cheap beef coming in here. To the Republic.
Just kind of a general point in that regard, that we're certainly in favour of free trade. There's no doubt about that, and maximised free trade. But there are risks involved in this as well, and it's vitally important. And it's interesting that it's recognised actually in the draft European Council guidelines that at the same time as allowing maximised free trade, it has got to be ensured that we are not undermined in a whole variety of ways. Competition and state aid rules. There were certain people in the United Kingdom licking their lips at the Apple controversy there recently. There can't be fiscal undermining. I know there are people in the agricultural sector worried about Britain changing its VAT rules, social dumping, and vitally for the farming sector, environmental dumping as well. That's vitally important. Now, it's interesting, that's recognised insofar as that concerns UK farmers, that's recognised in the Commission guidelines. But it was interesting to hear Commissioner Hogan saying this morning that as regards third country producers as well, that they're looking at building that into the deal with the United Kingdom so that there won't be an undermining of social, of environmental and health standards in relation to third country products as well.
And here's the thing, because Cormac Keeley raised a question this morning about there should be no Mercosur, and you all applauded, and we all said whoopee. But just consider the following before you shout me down. Europe is negotiating with Mercosur at the moment. There is an expectation that they would like to see an agreement reached. My question to you is it not something we should consider that a deal done now with Mercosur of EU 28, less ambitious, but done, may be something that you might actually want to see rather than saying nothing should be done with Mercosur and perhaps giving freedom to the United Kingdom post-Brexit to do as it might wish. And that's why I said we have to start thinking differently and changing the narrative, because Brexit demands that. And it's something that I have given a lot of thought to, and I've discussed it with trade people, and I'm going tomorrow to do this further. But the other issue is we could frighten ourselves out of existence. The food supply chain is very sophisticated. The UK know the Irish food supply and they trust it. You don't replace that overnight. You may replace it over time, and that's what we're trying to avoid. And Rowena has said exactly how it can be avoided, which is that the UK stays in the customs union and that we negotiate a comprehensive free trade agreement. The Commissioner was correct in spotting the missing element in Theresa May's latest remarks. She's pulled away from saying we don't want to be in the customs union to saying something softer. And I think we should welcome that. Right. But she's still very clear that they went out of the single market.
So,
and I suppose
you're saying we should do a deal, a Mercosur deal that, you know, is not palatable, but more palatable than the UK doing one that
I think
is less
we
regulated.
have to look more carefully than our usual line of attack.
Okay. Question here. We've Fintan here and Adrian is there. Go ahead over here. Yes, Sean.
Thank you. In Mairead's opening statement, Porrick Joyce, Regional Chairman of Connacht Regional Chairman, in Mairead's opening statement, she said there wouldn't be a hard border. I'm just wondering, how does she know there won't be a hard border? Because we have a problem in the Connacht region especially with the live exports of livestock to Northern Ireland, and something that has not been resolved. And I'm wondering just how will that be resolved to start with?
Okay, thank you. Here we go, this man, yep.
My name's Adam Goodwin, Secretary Kildare, West Wicklow IFA. Farm incomes have fallen totally behind compared to everybody else in the economy, massively, massively, massively. Without working women and without off-farm jobs, most farms wouldn't even be there. CAP is a big part of our income and has been for a long time, but it's historically based. And it's like as if Europe is a denier of inflation. But why does the inflation argument never come into any policy to do with agriculture and incomes? Thank you.
Okay, somewhat related. Adrian? Yes.
Thanks,
James,
Damien.
yep.
James Murphy, South Leinster Regional Chair. Mairead, I've heard you make the point in the past that as EU members we must start defending the EU. Fine, I accept that point, but you must realise as farmers we're becoming snowed under in paperwork and regulation, and simplification has got to start meaning something. Now, the point I want to make is we're here today to highlight the damage that a hard Brexit can have on Irish agriculture, and that's been very, very well done. But there's a subset of Irish agriculture. I saw a lot of horse breeders and horse producers as I walked in here this morning, and I am the representative, the man who represents the horse sector for IFA. So maybe for Mairead and for Martin, would there be an awareness, or is there an awareness at EU level of the catastrophic effect that a hard Brexit could have for the equine centre?
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that might be something we might be coming back to in the afternoon. Okay, so the effects on equine, and in fairness to John O'Hare's point, it all rolls into this thing again about the practical issues in regards to the hard border. The point has been made there as well. How do you know that there will not be a hard border? We're kind of being told here this morning, don't worry about it, everything's in control. How do we know? Gavin, first to you, and then...
Well, actually, the presence or absence of a hard border will actually depend on this issue of the customs union. If Britain goes for a customs union, and I should explain what a customs union is, because maybe not everyone is aware of that. A customs union is an arrangement whereby you abolish taxes on goods travelling between countries, goods from the countries in the customs union, and goods from outside the customs union, because they've paid a common external tariff. So there are two elements there. Yeah. So if Britain leaves the customs union, what happens is that common external tariff wall runs outside the United Kingdom, and in Ireland's case, it runs along the border. So if Britain, it's basically in Britain's hands. If Theresa May sticks to the line that she had in her Lancaster House speech about leaving the customs union, then we're stuck, unfortunately, with the hard border, and there's very little we can do about it. So if the customs union, if Britain backs away from leaving the customs union, actually a lot of the problems for Ireland go away. Not, by the way, though, one major problem which has come up here, and that's the common agricultural policy. And I would worry, really, I know everyone here wants common agricultural payments to be maintained at the current level, but that would involve a massive increase in donations contributions to the European Union by member states. And I wonder, is that willingness there? So, you know, a couple of problems there: hard border, the maintenance of common agricultural policy payments. Sorry, I would worry about that.
Okay, Mairead, just on that. So you have, let's say we have a customs border. What about the milk that's travelling in trucks across the border each day? What about the farms that straddle the border? What about horses? What about people travelling over and back? Can you have a customs and at the same time have free movement of people?
Well, I think if what you've just described happens, a lot of the problems are eliminated, so all of that will go. But I think we're talking economics here, but I'm talking politics. I grew up in County Louth near the border, so I remember, as many in this room would remember, the horrors of terrorism, of the troubles, of all of that nightmare. My children have no memory of it because they've no knowledge of it. It hasn't happened in their lifetime. We have a very fragile but important peace in place on this island, internationally backed and supported by the European Union. It depends on an all-island economy, freedom of movement, because within Europe it has allowed the communities with their different views in Northern Ireland to be part of a wider Europe where differences are not as visible. So politically, I know the government, but for myself, will not countenance a return to a hard border, which could evoke another crisis around dissidents. So I think the politics are very important on this issue. So that's why I was very determined in my opening remarks on it. Fair play to John O'Hare from County Down, who wants Michael O'Leary. We'll write and see what we can do for you. But you raise a much more important point, which is the community aspect of shows and of cross-border activities and of people getting to know each other. The biggest danger with Brexit and one country believing it can be bigger and greater and better outside of Europe is that nativism, or nationalism at its roughest, if you like, becomes the norm. And that's bad for all countries. We can be Irish and European, as the UK could have been UK and European, but they've chosen a different path. Sean, I take your point on standards, and I think it's a given that we would fight in your direction. Porrick Joyce on the live export problem now is a retailer issue as well as an issue that is not fully resolved. It's about this country of origin labelling on beef. And I think that's still in process and being discussed, whether Brexit will probably make it more difficult if it turns out badly. To Adam's point around, and I think you were right to acknowledge the role of off-farm income and farm women in terms of agriculture and supports. On this issue of why Europe doesn't take inflation into account, I'm going to be as blunt as Phil Hogan because I'm learning from him. And he's a good master, but he's absolutely right. There's no point in shouting for more money if you can't actually say that your own country is prepared also to contribute. Ireland is a net contributor to the European Union. If all member states have to pay more because of Brexit, then Ireland will have to pay more. Start saying that. Start saying why it's important, but discuss it so that people understand why this is important and will support it. Taxpayers, for example, in the Netherlands, in Germany, are saying, why should we pay into an agriculture budget? We want the money for our hospitals. It's a big debate, but you have to be part of it.
A big debate here as well. Rowena, I'll take just go along in any particular order. Martin first, yes.
Well, first of all, I will take the opportunity now to say thank you to Ireland for sending Phil Hogan to be a commissioner for agriculture, because we have an agriculture.
Might be a few people here saying that.
We have a. We actually have a commissioner who is working for agriculture in this period. But it's not an easy job, because I really believe that Phil Hogan are working for simplification. But we also see the realistic situation there is in Brussels. And we see all the NGOs, we see all the Greens, how a huge pressure they are putting on the system all the time. But I really hope that there will be a lot of politicians that realize that we need simplification of the common agricultural policy if we should not go on in this bad way that people are so negative on the agricultural policy because of all these bureaucratic systems. And then I think we must be realistic about the size of the budget. I hear those who say, why didn't we get it regulated for inflation in the last period? I just have to tell you, it will be even more difficult this time, even though that the Commission made a survey among all citizens in Europe, and there's a huge support to the common agricultural policy if you look around Europe. There are actually more citizens in Europe that say that they will accept a higher cost for the agricultural policy than there is saying that it should be cheaper. So the support about the agricultural policy is there, but is there support among the taxpayers when they should find the money?
Yeah, and there's a lot of good Eurostat figures in relation to that, people's opinions towards CAP. We have 3 more questions to finish off because we run a little bit over time. Just Barclay and Rowena. Barclay, on this issue again about the border and the hard border and the customs border, what are the worries in regards to farmers in the north, the practical worries that they have about that?
Yeah, well, I mean, when you look at the figures where you consider that probably upwards of 30% of the milk pool heads south, upwards of 40% of our lambs are processed in the south. Conversely, huge amount of pigs come up to the north for processing. So, those are day and daily situations where we have to get some sort of, and the words are being used at the minute, we have to get some sort of imaginative solution to all of this. And that seems to be a buzzword that's going around at the present time. And, on livestock, is there not a situation where, when they reach their destination, whether they're traveling between north and south, when they reach their destination, can you then check out that everything is in order, or with a load of milk, something similar when it reaches...
Right, rather than doing that at the border per se, yeah. And there's probably, tracking now and we've moved into a technological age which might actually help that. Rowena, and then we've 3 more questions to finish. Go ahead. Did you want to come in there?
I just wanted to pick up mainly on the CAP budget issue and to say very clearly that the CAP represents great value for money and for our economy, and we have made it very clear already. The discussion is only starting, but with our own government, all right, that we recognise what is required to increase or maintain the CAP budget after the UK have gone. And I strongly believe there does need to be a discussion at EU level and a discussion about the importance of the CAP And this whole idea of if we want a stronger Europe after Brexit as well, a strong funded common agricultural policy funded by the member states, including Ireland, is what's going to be required.
We have to be part of that. Okay. Thomas, yes, you have somebody there, and then Fintan, and then have we someone else? And we finish at that. I'm sorry, we have gone over time, but 3 quick questions, please. Yes, Tim.
Thanks, Damien. Tim Cullinan, North Prairie IFA. If the UK does not sign up to the customs union and we end up getting a hard Brexit, is there a plan in place in Europe to open up new markets in third countries? And what we find at the moment is when there is new markets opened up by ministers, there's a time lag of maybe a year before you can get produce flowing to that country. So I'd like to direct that question at Mairead, please.
Okay, on the issue of opening new markets here, yeah.
Ewan Bannon, Westmeath. It's just basically for Bartley. Phil Hogan, our Commissioner, mentioned just briefly that there was a possibility, or not a possibility, that the people of Britain, the UK, would have a final chance if they wanted another referendum. If the deal looks very bad, do you think there might be a chance that a reversal of the decision within the people of the United Kingdom, not their governing body, their parliament?
Okay, and remembering, of course, that collectively Northern Ireland voted to stay, isn't that right, or remain? Have we another one? Yes, okay, here, Sean, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing up because I think today is a very special day. We're making a case on behalf of Irish farmers, but we're also making a case on behalf of the Irish people. And listening to the whole discussion that we've had all along today, it's very clear that the hard border is not wanted. Theresa May, in her document that she sent to Europe, said she doesn't want a hard border. The President of the Council said the same thing. I think Ireland has a role here that if there's not to be a hard border, Britain has got to stay within the customs union. I don't think there is an alternative, and I think she's already conceded.
Okay. Just Tim's point then.
Okay.
Tim's point in relation to...
I have it here in relation to...
No, the Commissioner talked earlier on about going to Japan and so on. I mean, we here in this country, we have Borbia doing a lot of that, but at a European level...
Well, the first thing is, if there's a hard Brexit, it's a failure. It's an absolute disaster, and we should kick ourselves if it happens. We have the capacity to make this work. And I think with a bit of goodwill in the negotiations, we will avoid a hard Brexit. So we will know within, I would say within 12 months. In terms of a plan, I think businesses will have a plan, because business will have to succeed come hell or high water. But I don't think I hope we're not going to head in that awful direction.
Okay, and then...
the third question was Donny's statement in relation to, and I absolutely agree with you, and you've made it well. The last point is, because James Murphy did ask, and I didn't get to answer, in relation to...
Equine sector.
Equine sector. I'm talking to them this week, and we met them last week, and they have a particular case to make. But the final comment is in relation to defending the European Union. I'm not asking people to defend Europe blindly, but I'm asking people to say, in the absence of it, and if it all collapsed, what would we have? That's what you have to think about, is what is the option? And whatever is bad today can be fixed collectively. If we pull it apart, we are on our own in a very, very nasty globalized situation.
Okay. Barclay. Barclay, just the point that Ewan raised there about changing minds. Do you hold any hope of another vote?
I think probably you've seen Theresa May call another election. There's a fair chance she will return with an increased majority, and some of the commentators are saying that she will riddle out some of those people within her own cabinet who maybe are on for a very hard Brexit. So I think it's only a commentary, but going forward, really, I think what you will see is maybe that there will be that softer approach from the British government. And, in all of this, I think for both of us, we need, a bit of common sense on both sides, and hopefully, a lot of the arrangements that are there at the present time can be maintained.
Okay, I'll take that and Mairead's last answer as your final points just on it, because we are just 30 seconds each, Rowena, Martin and Gavin, just to finish off your take-home message for people here today as a result of what you've heard so far. Rowena?
Take-home message is that this is hugely important for us, for our agri-food sector. It's been demonstrated so significantly. And what's really important, and the work has been ongoing and will continue, is that we need the European Union, and with people like Martin, the European Union to have it as a strategic objective that when the negotiation happens with the UK, and when the UK wants to get into the EU market with its cars, that Europe is saying, yeah, well, in return for food, we need the following. That's what we really need our European negotiators to be doing.
Okay, Martin.
Yeah, like I said, we're in this together, and in COPA we'll do all we can to make every farmer in Europe understand that we are in this together, and we have to fight for this as a whole. And there was a question up there for new markets. Yes, new market is very important for the agriculture in Europe, with or without a hard Brexit, because we need to expand our agricultural sector. So it's very positive that we actually have a commissioner, both Hogan and Malmström, who are very active on finding these new trade opportunities, and we will go after that very strongly. So,
Professor Gavin Barrett?
Yeah, I'd like to echo what Mairead said about the imperative of being in the European Union and staying in the European Union as the best deal that we have. Maybe to end on a slightly pessimistic note, though, with Theresa May, I would watch what she does rather than what she says, to be honest with you. She published an article in the Irish Times at one stage saying that we're not going back to the hard borders of the past. Subsequently then, she said she didn't want to stay in the customs union at the end of the day. And I would as well have my concerns. Everyone is saying that, when she returns with her bigger majority after the election, that will free her from the, if I can call them that, the headbangers in the Tory party. But in actual fact, that's not absolutely clear, because she may actually come back with a bigger extremist rump. The Conservative Party has been moving right. And as well as that, we're assuming she wants a soft Brexit. She certainly wants a softer Brexit than the most extreme members of her party. But I remain to be convinced that she wants to stay in the customs union. I hope that you're right in that regard. It would be great if she did, but I think there's a level of ambiguity there that hasn't been settled.
Do you want to get back just for...
Well, it's lunchtime, and this phrase of having your cake and eating it,
is appropriate.
it's still on the agenda, but we have to make sure that she realises it's
so Gavin,
not.
your point is, next time we hear we're going on a walking holiday, get worried. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say, I know an awful lot of you have had questions, and you're really annoyed at me that I didn't get to you, but we did our best. We've gone over time, and I'm sorry for cutting people off, but that was the instruction, to try and be succinct as possible. A lot of you have points to make. These people have travelled long journeys today. The Commissioner had to leave at that time for another engagement. So that's the reason why we tried to just be as quick as we could with the questions. I hope you learned something about where we're going in relation to Brexit as a result of what you've heard this morning. You're going to hear an awful lot more in the afternoon as well. We have more experts, more people mainly from the industry, including the Minister as well, and Justin McCarthy, my colleague and friend from the Farmers Journal, will be taking you through that. But for a lot of you, I suppose, the most important part of the day now is to get out, get chatting with your friends, and have a good old lunch, and be back in here for 2:30 to tell you what exactly to do and where you go for the nose bag. I'll introduce you to Brian Barry. But thank you very much, and thanks to all of our panellists and our guests this morning, and to everybody for their questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks indeed, Damien. You did a first-class job. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the important matter of food. Everybody, please stay where you are now for the moment, because we need to get this right. If you want to have a seat and you want a meal served up in front of you, please listen and pay attention. Everybody who is in the standing area, all of you people in the standing area, and the people in the A and B area, okay? A and B is over here, right? Over here. You need to go out the door behind that. That's the door between A and B, all right? Everybody in the standing area and all of the people there in the seated area, A and B, okay? Now, so you follow that route, please. You're going to Goff's Kitchen. You'll be well looked after there. We had breakfast there this morning. But please, that's your destination. Okay, everybody in section C and D. C is here, where Catherine Lascarette is standing in front of it, and D is here, where just in the middle here. You two sections, please go out the door at C, where it says C. Okay? You'll go out there where Catherine is. That's C and D. Go out where Catherine is, and you are going to the marquee. Okay? Now, everybody here, you're still going to get fed. That's the people in E, F, and G. You are to go out the 2 doors behind D and E. And you will go outside to this level, and some of you will go up to the next level, okay? And there is seating at both this level and the next level where you'll get fed, okay? But it's important that you go in those directions, all right? Thank you very much, and we'll see you after lunch. There's a personal message for a William Smith. If William Smith is here, he has been asked to make contact with his son, Stuart Smith. So if anybody of you know William Smith, please pass on that message to him. William Smith, please contact your son, Stuart.
Yep, so one is live now. Just want to hear it for a second. I did put new batteries into it, but we'll see. Just to give it a make sure. Hey. Hi, so that's quite fat, actually. Yeah, it is indeed. Out here it's large. Okay, but the more important thing is it's solid. It's too bright, but I'll fix that. That's my thing. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's quickly. doesn't matter at the moment. We're just in for, is this number 1? It is, yeah, okay. We're good. 1 is good, 1 is good. 4 bars. 1, 1, 1, 1. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, so we have number 2 as well. 2 is live. 4 bars, excellent. 2, mic 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need the crowd sitting. We need people who have seats to come in and take their seats. Please come in now and take your seats. We're about to kick off again. Thank you. Please take your seats now. Yeah. Okay, come on, everybody, taking your seats now. This is the last call. Taking your seats, everybody. Taking your seats.
Four. Two. Six, six, six. Three. Three.
Hi.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Back into your seats. Silence, please. Ladies and gentlemen, silence, please. I'm calling on IFA Director General Damien MacDonald to introduce this session.
Thank you, Brian. And thank everyone for their cooperation during the lunch. We apparently were trending #1 on Twitter all morning, so well done to all those who were tweeting or what needs to be done to make that happen. And hopefully we continue it again for the rest of the day. So the opening part of this session, we're very lucky when we conceived an event like this. You know, it's very helpful to have some commercial support to make it a bit more viable. And we were delighted when FBD Insurance came on board to support the event, as they have done for many other IFA events in the past, when it was, and to get someone who'd support the event when it's only in thought process. When you see it here today, and so many people here, it's a successful event. But when you're trying to get somebody to come on board at an early stage, we really appreciate the backing of FBD to give us the confidence to go ahead with it. And I'm going to call on the CEO of FBD, Fiona Muldoon, to address you for a few minutes now.
Thank you, Damien. Good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon, Minister. I'm delighted to welcome you to this important conference, and I have no doubt we are all here for the same purpose, namely to support the interests of Ireland's farmers and the Irish agri-food industry on this important topic. At FBD Insurance, we are in the business of being ready for a once-in-a-generation event, like a freak storm, prolonged freezing, or a big fire. Brexit is not one many of us envisaged, but I am sure that for Irish farming, it is the most significant event in a generation. An event unlike a storm, where the consequences and costs will be known over a period of weeks or months. Brexit's effects and costs will play out for years, and at this stage are relatively unknown. But one thing is certain: it will affect every farming family and every household that buys food in this country, one way or another. I am pleased that FBD can continue to show strong support for the IFA, whose role in helping Ireland's agri-sector navigate our next steps has never been more important. FBD Insurance, as we currently know it, was first established in 1969, at the end of a decade that represented a period of radical change for Irish farming. Ireland at the time was on the cusp of EU membership, and the government of the day had developed a programme for economic expansion that encouraged increased livestock production. However, an export market collapse in 1966 left an estimated 200,000 surplus animals on Irish farms. In this same year, a survey by the Agricultural Institute showed that 100,000 Irish farmers survived on an income of less than £5 per week. This was the catalyst for collective and direct action, and it came in the form of the Farmers' Rights Campaign. As well as leading national protests for better standards, the Farmers' Rights Campaign led in a new European way of thinking about the farming business model, employing a cooperative ethos and self-help concepts such as those employed in Denmark, Belgium, and Germany. Successful marts and cooperatives began to operate throughout the country. I suppose this historical backdrop reinforces that Brexit is not the first and will not be the last crisis that Irish farming will face. However, it is a grave and substantial one. The foundations of the Irish agri-sector are built on resilience and an ability to adapt to whatever comes our way. The united spirit, so vital 50 years ago, is still required today, if we are to ensure the continued growth prospects of Irish agriculture and its key contribution to our national economy and the prosperity of all. Many of you will know that FBD has worked hard, and we have pulled together over the last 18 months to bring the company through a turbulent and uncertain time to where it is now, steadied, showing profit, and once again sustainable for the long term. Some of how we got there was our own doing, but there was much in how we had arrived there that was beyond our control. No matter, the point is, I believe, we achieved our turnaround by unrelenting focus on controlling the things we could control. The threat to Irish agribusiness from the UK's EU departure has been widely discussed and debated. Primary producers, food processors, and the many SMEs that employ citizens around the country have justified fears around the UK's likely exit from the framework of the Common Agricultural Policy. As Ireland's economic objectives seek to boost agricultural exports to 19 billion by 2025, from 11 billion currently, it is critical that markets like the Middle East, North Africa, and Southeast Asia are swiftly secured given the rapidly expanding middle classes, westernised diets, and increased consumer spending in those areas. Since the outcome of the Brexit vote, we have listened at length to talk about the historical reliance of our agri-food sector on the UK market. And this is true. However, the dependence is mutual, with the UK relying heavily on imported Irish dairy and beef to fulfil its production deficit. Indeed, it is the market that consumes 5 times more Irish beef and almost 4 times more Irish cheese than the Irish market itself. There is little prospect of selling some 78,000 tonnes of cheddar cheese currently being taken by the UK to other markets, and this is already 10,000 tonnes less since post-Brexit sterling depreciation. This devaluation of sterling in the past year has delivered a hit of about €150 million to Irish beef farmers and rendered our product relatively more expensive in its key market. Towards the end of last year, the Department of Finance and the ESRI published research around the impact of the long term of Brexit on growth, jobs, and government finances. Now facing a Brexit in some form or other to be determined in early 2019, they forecast the Irish GDP will be 3.5% lower 5 years post Britain's exit, amounting to an economic cost of between 9 and 10 billion in terms of lost output to the Irish economy. Over 41% of Ireland's total food and drink exports goes to the UK. There is no getting away from the significance of the UK market for the entire Irish agri-sector. In the face of this upheaval, there has rarely been a greater need for unity from all Irish agriculture stakeholders. If we consider that despite the UK stating that it wants to protect their farming sector, it will be equally aware that this sector accounts for only 0.6% of gross value add within the UK economy and only 1% of jobs, compared with over 7% here in Ireland. So it is worth being realistic about the value British politicians will place on the sector when negotiations begin. It will be interesting to see if British and Irish farmers can begin to see the benefit of working together as strategic food partners, highlighting that current health and food standards must be maintained post-Brexit. With the recent Brazil meat scandal fresh to mind, we can use this as a backdrop to highlight the risks from substituting quality, traceable Irish beef for unknown origin imports that could put the entire UK food chain in jeopardy. So within the scale of the challenge the sector is facing, it is clear we need our politicians. Minister. The Irish government must prioritise Brexit over all else and use its relationship with both the UK and EU leaders to influence a constructive result for Irish food and Irish farming. In particular, it seems imperative to make the retention of free trade in agriculture and food products between the UK and the EU a priority. A strong CAP budget following the UK's departure, which is critical for farm incomes, farm output and economic activity in rural Ireland, is also a top priority. This should include tariff-free trade for agricultural products and food, the maintenance of equivalent standards of food safety, animal health, welfare and the environment, and application of the common external tariff for imports to both the EU and the UK. Building and selling this message to our UK and European peers will be strengthened by a united voice and clear message that protects quality Irish food exports to the UK. Considering the scale of the challenge ahead, I have searched for a note of optimism to end as you focus now on next steps. There have been many reports on Brexit, and understandably mostly negative. However, a recent paper by Grant Thornton strikes a more positive challenge. It posts that the current uncertainty creates an opportunity to revolutionise the Irish food industry, describing a transition from being a supplier of high-quality raw materials into a global powerhouse for food and beverage brands. They suggest an opportunity to shift secondary processing to Ireland and reverse the current model whereby we export top-quality ingredients and import prepared consumer foods. This collaborative and joined-up thinking is much easier to theorise than to execute, as ever, but it poses an important challenge nonetheless. We at FBD are understandably, given our customer base, hugely invested in the success of the Irish agri-sector. We will help in any way we can to develop and support the growth of our majority customer base and related agri-food businesses. Along with everyone here, I'll be very interested to see how the forthcoming negotiations develop. I look forward to hearing more on this from our government and from the expert leaders today. Many thanks to you all, and I hope you are finding the conference practical and useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona, and thanks again for your support. I'm going to hand you over now to the facilitator for this session. The facilitator for this session is Justin McCarthy, who's the editor of the Irish Farmers Journal. Justin has a degree in agricultural science. He's started his career as a beef specialist with Teagasc. He's been editor of the journal since 2003 and CEO since 2004. And I'd like to thank the Farmers Journal for their support for the event as well. They've been very supportive, and you've seen a strong presence from them outside. Justin, of course, comes from the family farm in Portaferry in County Down. So he has been Brexited, even though he probably doesn't realise it. So he has a bit of skin in the game as well, so he can give us some perspective from the north as well. So I call on Justin McCarthy.
Damien, for fear that Matt Dempsey is watching online, it's 2013 and 14, not 2003, but if we want to change the record, I'm happy enough. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we had a great first session this morning. I think the pace that Damien injected into the event in terms of keeping the questions short, keeping the answers brief and to the point as well, certainly added pace to the whole event, and I'm certainly going to try and do the same. I think we've got an excellent lineup of speakers to engage with probably over the next hour and a half to 2 hours. In relation to what we're going to do. So our first session is going to be with the Minister, and I'm delighted that the Minister is actually going to be able to stay for the second session as well and sit on the panel. So our first session will be with our Minister for Agriculture, Food and the Marine, Michael Creed. So the Minister is going to give a presentation, we'll do a Q&A session, and then the Minister will join our panel. Niall Bryan, CEO of Dawn Meats, and again, as Damien, for anybody that wasn't in this morning, Kevin Lean unfortunately had a family bereavement and can't attend, but as myself and Niall Bryan were just concurring over lunch, we brought in a super sub in Jim Wolfe, CEO of Dairygold, obviously the largest farmer-owned co-op in the country. We've also Tara McCarthy, CEO of Board Bia, Sean O'Leary, IFA Dairy Chairman, and Angus Woods, IFA Livestock Chairman. So I think it's going to add for a quite broad-ranging discussion, and I look forward to hearing the Minister's speech now, and we'll engage then in questions and answers. Ministers, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, Justin. Uachtarán, IFA, Joe Healy, Uachtarán, Aristot,
Cairlic on Krista Talavirta, the Naractus, fellow TDs, senators, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to have been able to accept the IFA's invitation to speak at today's conference, which gives us an opportunity to discuss in a little more detail the issues that have been raised in the IFA's recently launched and very helpful Brexit policy paper. There's been a lot of talk about the impact of Brexit on the Irish economy and the agri-food sector in particular. The economic dividend of that sector is built on the work of farmers across the length and breadth of this country. Farming in Ireland is an essential part of the social, cultural and economic fabric of society. It is also part of a wider European Union dispensation that values a common agricultural policy built on family farming, food security, high standards of production, food safety and environmental sustainability. These are values that we hold dear, and so it is critically important when we consider the impact of Brexit that the positive contribution of farming to the rural and national economy and to society in Ireland and indeed elsewhere in the European Union is to the forefront of our deliberations. I can assure you that as a government, it is to the forefront of ours. This session is about how we secure the interests of the Irish farmer. I think to do that, we have to work towards the best possible outcome for the sector as a whole. That has a number of different dimensions, which I will come to in a moment, but an analysis of the impact on Ireland alone is incomplete. A poor outcome on Brexit has the potential to impact negatively on economies and farm incomes across the European Union. For example, what will the impact on the European Union food sector be of displaced exports to the United Kingdom? Of course, the negotiations to come will be conducted on behalf of a union of 27, not just on behalf of Ireland. And let us be clear about this. Ireland will be negotiating as one of the community of 27 member states. I am working hard to build common ground with colleagues across Europe and have had bilateral meetings with agricultural ministers in Berlin, The Hague, in Paris, Poland, Estonia, Belgium and Luxembourg over the past number of weeks. There are also close and frequent contacts with the United Kingdom minister, with my equivalent minister in Northern Ireland, and it is a source of some regret that to date we still do not have an executive up and running in Northern Ireland. I think that's a critical voice that's missing at present, and obviously ongoing negotiations with Commissioner Hogan. And that level of political engagement and technical engagement and diplomatic engagement is replicated across all of the other government departments. Returning the focus to Ireland, Brexit has potentially very serious implications right across the economy. Very few policy, business or financial decisions will be made over the coming months and years that will not be affected by it in some way, either directly or indirectly. This is especially true for those involved in farming. Indeed, I think it is fair to say that Brexit presents probably the greatest challenge that the sector has faced since the foundation of the state. People tend to talk about Brexit as though the outcome were clear. That is not the case. Much of the published analysis of the impact on the farm sector is based on a worst-case scenario of a hard border and a move to WTO tariff schedules. It is important to have this analysis, of course, but we are just at the very beginning of complex negotiations. We don't control all of the levers that determine the outcome. However, we have been involved in complex negotiations before, and what is critically important in circumstances such as these is that we recognise the scale of the challenge and are clear about our objectives. I can assure you that protection of farmers, the agri-food sector, is at the heart of government deliberations on this matter and will be an absolute priority in the negotiations to come. The scale of that challenge is evident from our trade figures. These show the extent of our dependence on the United Kingdom market. As you know, the UK is by far our largest trading partner. In 2016, CSO figures point out we exported 4.8 billion worth of agricultural exports to the United Kingdom, representing just under 40% of our total agri-food exports. Our imports from the United Kingdom came to 3.7 billion, which represented 47% of our total agri-food imports. We are the United Kingdom's largest export market for their agri-food produce. And there is an important north-south dimension too. While much of the public narrative on the north-south issues has tended, perhaps understandably, to focus on the political, we are acutely conscious of the impact of a hard border on farmers and farming, on co-ops and on food processors, on profitability and on employment prospects. In 2016, almost 665 million worth of agri-sector products was exported from the Republic to Northern Ireland, whilst almost 535 million of agri-sector products was imported to the Republic from Northern Ireland in the same period. Beneath these high-level numbers, there are significant sectoral issues. For example, more than 50% of our beef exports are to the United Kingdom. About a third of our dairy exports, including most of our cheddar cheese. These beef and dairy exports are precisely the products that will attract the highest levels of WTO tariffs at a more than 60% and 50% respectively if there is a hard Brexit. And there are many other issues, including technical standards, labelling, issues around logistics, and others that have the potential to increase cost and reduce competitiveness right through the food supply chain. But of course, it's not just about the numbers. The true scale of the challenge lies in the extensive and highly integrated nature of the trading relationships between the United Kingdom and Ireland. Supply chains are tightly interwoven, for example, across the dairy, beef, sheep meat, pig meat and poultry sectors, and we need to ensure that these relationships are protected to the maximum extent possible. All of that adds up to the need for the farm sector to be treated as a priority in our ongoing whole-of-government approach to Brexit. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is happening. The Taoiseach, in his speech in February on Ireland at the heart of a changing European Union, identified the agri-food and fishing sectors as key and among Ireland's priorities when considering the threat that Brexit presents to the Irish economic prosperity. He also referred to the support measures for the agri-food sector in Budget 2017 and to the important work we are doing in trying to diversify export markets, both of which I will return to in a moment. The key point is that the concerns of the farm sector are at the heart of the government's Brexit agenda. Our ongoing consultation with stakeholders, together with our engagement with United Kingdom, Northern Ireland and European Union counterparts, will be informed by the need to have this fully understood and taken account of as the negotiations proceed. There are other points to make, of course. The United Kingdom needs food. It will still be a net importer post-Brexit. Irish suppliers have long-term relationships with UK purchasers and retailers, built over many years on the basis of high standards of quality, reliable supply, reasonable price, and strong business relationships. There are other issues. Over many years, the United Kingdom has been a proponent at European Union level of high standards of food safety, animal welfare, and environmental protection. Will these long-held principles be abandoned on the altar of free trade or cheap imports that will emasculate its own farm sector and the UK rural economy post-Brexit? The truth is that we don't have all of the answers to these questions. However, this is not the time to raise the white flag on UK markets. In fact, it's time to redouble beef, sheep meat, pig meat, poultry, dairy, or any other sector of agricultural production. We are doing this. I'm working hard to develop new market opportunities with trade missions to China, Singapore, Vietnam, South Korea, the Gulf states, Morocco and Algeria over the past year. We've taken another significant step on the road to beef exports to China last week with the signing of a beef protocol, and the level of live exports is moving ahead at the highest level for many years. This is a critical safety valve for farmers. I've also given additional resources to Board Bia, and my department is working on a proposal to reconfigure its own market access efforts, and I intend to provide additional resources to that area also. This vital work will continue. I'm happy to note that the IFA's analysis of the challenges facing the sector, as set out in its policy paper, is largely consistent with that of my own department. We also share the belief that the maximisation of the future value of the European Union farming and food sector should be a strategic objective for the European Union in the Brexit negotiations. In terms of how we get there, I and my department have been very clear for some time now about our long-term priorities. We want to ensure that we have continued, unfettered access to the United Kingdom market without tariffs and with minimal additional customs and administrative procedures. In addition, and critically, we are asking that the United Kingdom market be kept viable for Irish producers by minimising the risk from UK trade agreements with third countries. Again, I welcome the fact that the IFA's policy paper is consistent with this approach in calling for the maintenance of access to and the value of the United Kingdom market, as well as the maintenance of equivalent standards, which I also believe to be critical in underpinning the proper functioning of the trading relationship in the future. But of course, we have some way to travel before we get to that point. In the short term, the most immediate concerns for the agri-food exporters have centred on exchange rates and a significant drop in the value of sterling against the euro, particularly in the immediate aftermath of the June 2016 vote. This has created particular difficulties for agri-businesses, and these have manifested themselves, for example, in the 2016 Board BIA report, which calculated the value of that hit at in excess of 300 million euros in a 6-month period. I've attempted to address these challenges primarily through measures announced in Budget 2017, including through the establishment of a now fully subscribed €150 million low-cost loan scheme, additional agri-taxation measures, and increased funding under the Rural Development Programme and the Seafood Development Programme. All of these are targeted initiatives aimed at helping the sector to deal with the new challenges presented by Brexit. I very much look forward to hearing what other contributors have to say about Brexit. Notwithstanding all of the work done to date, we are still at the very early stages in this process, and there will be many twists and turns in the time ahead. What is most important is that we are clear in our goals and that we work coherently and collaboratively to effect that end. The structures that we have put in place at a national level are comprehensive and effective. We have strong coordination from the Taoiseach's office and close engagement with farm bodies and other representative organisations. We continue to deepen our analysis and to refine it as the negotiation process unfolds. Our engagement with our European Union partners will intensify as the questions we currently have in relation to the exit negotiations, the future relationship, and any transitional arrangements in between are gradually explored over the coming months. I want to assure you that I and my department remain very focused on supporting the agri-food sector through the period of uncertainty ahead. I will continue to consult with the industry as the negotiations develop and to work towards the best possible outcome for Irish farmers and the Irish agri-food sector. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. And I'm sure a lot of what you've said there will resonate positively with a lot of the audience. Maybe, Minister, before we go to the floor for a few questions, if I could use the luxury as chairman, maybe to pose a few in reflection of what you've been saying and in terms of your presentation. And you talk about the department being ready for Brexit and being prepared, but what do you actually mean by that? Like, what does being prepared mean? To give farmers here reassurance leaving here today, how can you reassure them that your department stands ready in terms of, as you accept yourself, from a negotiation process that nobody is really sure as to what way it's actually going to go?
Well, I think Roy Keane once infamously said, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. On the 6th of May last year, when I was appointed Minister for Agriculture, I met on that Friday evening the Secretary-General in the department, who gave me quite a substantial file. And this, bear in mind, was before the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union. And he said to me, and I clearly recall his words, he said, get your head around that over the weekend. It was a Friday evening. He said there are two substantial parts in that file and a lot of other relevant pieces, but he said there are two very substantial components to that file. He said one is on climate change and the other is on Brexit. He said they are the two big issues we see on the horizon for Irish agriculture. He said we hope that, obviously, by the 24th of June, part of that file can be shredded. But I think there was some reassurance in that the Department of Agriculture, long before I arrived, was actually planning for the possibilities of Brexit and what that could mean. So it hasn't been, a case of, as indeed I think is the reality in the United Kingdom, once they voted to exit, there was no preparation work done. So there was a lot of work done in my department, and since then we have hit the ground running further in terms of establishing a dedicated Brexit unit. We've been involved in a whole series of sectoral engagements with the industry. We have that consultative forum on a regular basis now. And that has informed, I think, what might used to be termed the foundations that we've laid in the context of the Brexit negotiations, because they're only about to begin. In fact, the UK election is probably delaying them somewhat. But we take some comfort from the fact that Theresa May's letter, the EU Council's own draft guidelines for negotiations, and indeed the European Parliament's resolution on the Brexit negotiations have all referenced our particular unique exposure to the UK market. And that's not by accident. That's a consequence of the preparatory work done in my department, but indeed across the whole of government as well. So I think there is some reassurance for that, but I would equally say that that's not a guarantee of the outcome in whatever time these negotiations are concluded. And therefore it will require our constant vigilance and the input from the collaborative approach that we've established with agencies, farmers, etc.
Minister, you talk about the proprietary work. What is, because we've heard this morning about a lot of percentages, and so much of our cheese exports going in, and so much of our beef exports, and 90% of our mushrooms, and 80% of our pig meat, or 50% of our pig meat. What is actually at stake here? Can you tell the audience today, if this goes wrong, how many jobs, how much money, what is actually, what hangs in the balance? Has any analysis been done on what the fallout for jobs will be, what the fallout for Irish food and drinks exports would be? Have we any figures that we can put on it?
Well, if you take beef, which is the biggest enterprise in Irish agriculture, and 50%, over 50% going to the UK, and if you, in a worst case, hard Brexit, you're talking about WTO levies in excess of 700 million on our exports. That would simply decimate our industry. We just could not handle a hit like that. We've always prided ourselves on the basis that where we have a level playing field, we can compete with anybody. And our fear is, and this is what has informed our negotiation process in this regard, our fear is a UK standalone sovereign nation doing its own trade deals could, on the altar of cheaper food rather than cheap food, could bring in beef from South America, which is not produced on a level playing pitch to what Irish producers are obliged to meet. And indeed, to which UK consumers have become wedded to. And I think that this is where we can build alliances with like-minded people, even within the UK. And we've been active in that space, talking to UK farmers. I've met with, for example, Tesco, which purchases a substantial amount of Irish beef, Sainsbury's, and that level of engagement with retailers considered. So yeah, we have done the analysis. It's not a pretty picture. It is, I mean, there is no upside whatsoever.
Could a hard Brexit, Minister, a hard Brexit spell the end of our Irish suckler beef industry?
I think it would be very challenging. I don't want to be a prophet of doom here.
No, but let's give the farmers a reality. Yeah. Let's paint a clear picture. There's been a lot of, I suppose, telling people what they want to hear this morning, and there's going to be no hard Brexit, and there's going to be no hard border. But if this goes wrong, what are we talking?
There is no upside. The exposure to the UK market, part of our strategy is to diversify. So we are very active with Bord Bia and with the industry in identifying through documents like Foodwise 2025 where alternative markets might be. But we are not walking away from the hard-won yards in UK supermarket shelves. It would be very easy to be fatalistic, but I do have confidence in the European Union's capacity to deliver a deal that builds on the rhetoric that we've heard from the Commission and from the Parliament, and indeed from Theresa May, that recognises our unique exposure.
But you would agree with, I suppose, President Joe Healy's analysis that this is probably the biggest issue to face the industry in a generation, or since the foundation of the state even?
Well, look, I mean, around the edges of this thing, there are opportunities, for example, the European Medicines Agency, the European Banking Authority, etc. But there is no upside for the agri-food side. And as I said before, you can't make a banker out of a West of Ireland suckler farmer because there's opportunities there. Our ambition is to hold the industry that we have and to bring it through this challenge. And I think we have made a good start in that regard, but it will require ongoing vigilance and the cooperation between state agencies, my department, and the industry itself.
The West of Ireland banker could be even harder to get money out of if he was a suckler farmer minister than the current situation. And I appreciate, Minister, I'm pushing you in this, but I suppose to move on, and you have said that your department has been very active in I suppose, sort of preparing for whatever does lie ahead. The whole area of market access, and it's something that you've been very aggressive on since you came in. Maybe just talk us through that, because I suppose we do have to be conscious that diversification is difficult, and diversification away from what is the highest price, or one of the highest priced beef markets in the world, is risky as well. Maybe give us your thoughts on that and what you've seen, and where the opportunities for volume as well as price actually exist. And not just for beef, for right across the dairy and pig sector also.
The activity of my department in the area of market access is built on the industry's own document, both the farmers and the processing industry's own document, Foodwise 2025, which is the stated ambition of the industry to grow by 2025 from an industry exporting almost 12 billion to nearly 20 billion. And that has identified around the globe the areas where they see market opportunities. And for example, in the beef sector, one of the areas where we're putting a lot of effort into is Southeast Asia. We would like to see conclusive progress on the Chinese market as quickly as possible. We've had further progress on that in recent times. The most financially rewarding markets are the mature Western European markets. There's no, and it would be very difficult to replicate a market as rewarding as the United Kingdom market. Much and all, as on occasions we may be critical about the price paid, it is the most expensive beef market in the European Union. For that reason, the market access unit in my department is a critical piece of the infrastructure, liaising as it does with industry, with Board BIA in terms of identifying where the potential is. And we are constantly looking at that unit and seeing how can we ensure that it is up to the task that it faces. And I have recently done some reconfiguration in that regard. We'll be putting additional resources into market access. We're establishing a dedicated team which will be reporting into the Secretary General in the department. Additional resources in terms of working with the industry in the area of veterinary certification and any of the other deficits in skill sets that are required. We've asked Board BIA, for example, to do a profile of emerging markets to see what opportunities might exist there, what product lines we could usefully explore in those markets. And I think that kind of constant revisiting of our own endeavours internally to the department is important, and that's informed as much by consultations with farmers and the industry as anything else.
And we no doubt will come back to the whole market access in our panel discussion. Minister, on the engagement side, and we heard this morning, I suppose Commissioner Hogan lay down the gauntlet to the Irish government in that they need to be out front in Europe, they need to be forming strategic alliances. And I know, having just yesterday afternoon gone through your own travel plans or your travel history for the last couple of months, there probably isn't a lot of member states that you personally haven't engaged with in terms of raising the issue. Again, maybe reassure the audience here that there is an understanding of the challenges that impact on Ireland. And let's be clear, as you said in your opening speech, as did the President, that this is an issue for Europe because if there's such product displacement out of Ireland, it's going to disturb the European market. Are they listening, and are they prepared to take action?
I think, interestingly, that issue of product displacement is the one that makes most of them sit up and take notice. Because, for example, I could list them, most of the critical ag ministers in bilaterals at this stage. But one of the points actually that they all resonates with them all is, look, if we're out of the UK market, we're going to be coming with an awful lot of beef to the French, to the German, to the Polish, to the Dutch, to the Danish, to the Belgian markets. And that resonates with them. And they realize that, that displacement can have an impact on those, because a lot of those countries are, big agricultural players, but they're producing to a domestic market by and large. Ours is entirely export orientated, almost 90% of what we produce. So that resonates. And if I might even describe it as a light bulb moment, I remember being in a meeting with the Polish minister and making the point over 50% of our beef exports, and he said over 30% of our poultry exports go to the UK. And buying into the idea that access to the UK market is critical, but equally that it must be access to a market that has value. In other words, that it can't be devalued by opening it up to cheaper imports, and that raises the whole issue of some kind of a handbrake on the UK in terms of their capacity to do standalone trade deals. And there is precedent for this in terms of Turkey has access to the European Union market for industrial goods. It does its own trade agreements, but can do that on the basis that they meet the standards of the European Union. And we believe that's a model that could be usefully replicated in the context of the UK negotiations on trade deals in the future.
Okay, I'm going to go to the floor, so if I get the roaming mics ready. Minister, just this morning, and it wasn't until the end of the session that an alternate view was put ahead or across, but there was this perception that Theresa May calling for an election on the 8th of June was a positive. It was seen as a move towards a soft Brexit, and that she would get a stronger majority that would allow her to show more flexibility. Do you share that view? And could there be a risk that Theresa May could actually get a more polar result from the election, and that she could get even more Eurosceptics actually onto her backbenches?
I confess I tend to take the contrarian view on this. I would fear that the outcome may well be an emboldened Conservative Party, more consumed by the ideology of Brexit rather than the practicality of it. You must bear in mind that in the outgoing House of Parliament, there was a substantial minority of MPs who were strong campaigners for a Remain vote. The question is, in the context of the election, who are more likely to be chosen as Conservative candidates and who are more likely to be returned in a voting electoral system where it's a first-past-the-post system.
Yeah.
And I personally would have felt that to engineer a soft Brexit, it was better to have a Prime Minister who was working with a slim majority rather than somebody who all of the polls would indicate now may very well have
north of 100 seats,
an overwhelming majority, which, we need to be careful how I phrase this, tends to make governments less accountable.
We'll move swiftly on. But I admire your honesty, Minister. So are we our Roman mics? Yes, around here. Where are we? Yes, John. Try it again.
Yes. It's on now. Thank you, Chairman. Minister John Linsky, IFA Sheep Chairman. Back in '73, New Zealand got a tariff-free quota of 227,000 tonnes of bone-in frozen lamb into the EU that came in with the UK. There is a genuine fear among farmers that going forward that this amount of lamb would be dumped onto the European market. Minister, will you give a commitment that you will work to ensure that this does not happen? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take maybe two, if not three. Yeah, go ahead.
Jerry Riley, I'm Horticultural Chairman of IFA. Minister, after the Brexit vote and the sudden and significant collapse of sterling, over 10% of the mushroom growers of Ireland went out of business. And that equated to 150 jobs and almost 10 million euros worth of export. And like all farmers, I suppose, in the room, we are now on a survival mode. And we're doing all we can to help ourselves. And, you know, we do appreciate help that you, Minister, are giving us in producer group and lean programs and whatever. And as we're a high volume, low margin business, we depend on exporting over 90% of our produce to the UK. And Minister, my question is simple. What are you doing to make the case in Europe for direct support for farmers if sterling collapses again during the negotiations? Thank you.
I think I'll just take those two, Minister, because certainly the last one, and John, they're two very important questions, and you can take them in whichever order you wish, Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jerry. On the latter, I mean, we are acutely conscious of the exposure of the mushroom sector. almost exclusively to the UK market, or whatever domestic market we have here. And one of the reasons why, under de minimis provisions, we extended the availability of the low-interest loan scheme to the horticulture sector and the mushroom sector in particular, was to reflect the challenges that it faces in terms of access to the UK market, the sterling movements, competitiveness issues, etc. And we felt that this was one step, not the only thing that probably needs to be done, but was a step in the right direction. The other thing which I have asked the agencies in my department, and particularly Board BIA, is to work with their client companies and to say, listen, nobody wants to hear the message, you have to get out of the UK, you have to find another market. But maybe pose the question, what is strategically the right thing to do over perhaps, say, a 5-year period? Do you want to kind of reduce your exposure to the UK market, look at other market opportunities? And it was interesting in that context. I was in the UAE on a trade mission recently, and I know they're probably the biggest player in the Irish market. Monaghan fortified mushrooms from Monaghan on supermarket shelves in the UAE. Now, this was kind of an enhanced product development and showing what could be done. And I think we need to have more of that approach, and I know the Board BIA is working with its client companies in trying to see how it can work with them over a period of time to look at other market opportunities. Certainly, I mean, we're not walking away from the UK market, but I do take your point. It's a high-volume, low-margin business, and looking at other market opportunities, I think, is part of the strategy that we need. We're acutely conscious of the other issues in terms of competitiveness, insurance, utility costs, etc. And they're all forming part of the mix of issues that the government is looking at in terms of how it can address industry concerns generally, and specifically the horticulture side. On John Linsky's point,
Minister, just if I could, before you go on, and because it's a very relevant topic, I was slightly surprised, Commissioner, because this same question was asked to Commissioner Hogan earlier on. I appreciate you weren't there for the morning session, but to put it in context, I think a gentleman behind me asked him here in terms of, does Europe stand ready to actually help farmers through the volatility? And I suppose somewhat flippantly referred to the 6% increase that we've seen in sterling over the last 24 or 48 hours. And then in answering another question, he talked about the 200 million that Europe gave in response to the Russian ban. Surely these are two geopolitical issues, and that one response should replicate the other. And just to say that it's not Europe's role to interfere in the market, they have precedents in terms of interfering in the market when they were in response to a geopolitical issue. The exchange rates that Jerry talks about is in response to a geopolitical issue, e.g. being Brexit. What's the difference here?
I've raised this issue and tried to build on the analogy which you allude to in terms of once the European Union introduced the Russian ban, there was a compensation package for the Nordic countries in particular. That is an issue that we continue to progress with the Commission. It's not easy. They make the point that currency fluctuation is not a geopolitical issue. We argue that Brexit is an issue that has triggered a currency movement, and it is in itself a political decision that has triggered a currency movement. We continue to progress that matter. You will have seen the Commissioner's response. Of course, what we have also seen, if you take in the short term since the 24th of June, you have seen a spike and a drop in the currency movements. It's now at a level where it's not as detrimental as it was previously in the last several months. But if you take it in the longer term, over the last couple of years, it's probably at the average rate where it has been over.
Because those tools were available to Europe before. We had MCAs, monetary compensatory amounts. So it's not as if we're trying to reinvent the wheel. Europe did respond to exchange rate movements in the past, in previous cap models.
Well, whereas I said we are pursuing that in terms of the Commissioner, and I think he would have confirmed at the IFA AGM, if I recall, a couple of months ago, that issue was on the table at our request. It is also part of the strategy that we are adopting in terms of our engagement with the Barnier negotiating team, in terms of quantifying our exposure. And I think in particular you've seen that very graphically in terms of the 6 months consequences for the back end of 2016 in terms of the value. So it's an issue that is on the table.
Okay, sorry, Minister, I cut
it. On John Linsky's question, I mean, when the United Kingdom joined the European Union at the same time as we did back in the early 1970s, they brought with them a lamb quota access from New Zealand. And we would take the view that as they depart, the European lamb market should not be disadvantaged, and there is a question mark as to whether that market access leaves as the UK leaves. Ideally, we would prefer that. But there are bigger issues in around the European Union negotiating trade agreements with Australia and New Zealand presently. So it might be that might be part of a bigger trade agreement anyway. But certainly it cannot be the case that the UK leaves, but leaves behind it all of the volume that came in with it. In other words, that it would be protecting its own industry, but leaving us with something that was a legacy of their entry first state.
Okay, I've one question up at the back. I'm going to take three in this one. One here, and one here, and then I'm going to ask my panel to come in. If you could keep your questions short and to the point, please.
Thank you. Stephen Collins, Chairman of the Irish Thoroughbred Breeders Association. The ITBA would like to ask Minister Creed to acknowledge the vital importance of the thoroughbred industry with Brexit negotiations. Our industry is worth in excess of €1.2 billion to this economy. 65% of Ireland's foal crop is exported each year, with 80% of those exports to Britain. In particular, we have great concerns about the following, and I will keep this to a minimum, so if you would just bear with me for 1 second. One is the tripartite agreement, which most people would not be aware of. It is a historical agreement between Ireland, Britain and France that has operated predating EU access. This allows thoroughbred horses to travel between these countries for breeding, racing and sales. Horses need only have a passport and be on a livestock database to travel. They do not require veterinary export health certs, and there's no need for custom documentation. The thoroughbred representative bodies in all three countries are very keen, and it is very, very important that this practical, effective and long-standing arrangement continue and is retained post-Brexit. Just two other very quick points, if you wouldn't mind, very quick.
Ahead.
The situation is further compounded by the fact that thoroughbred breeding and racing in Ireland has always operated on an all-island basis, i.e. foals born in Northern Ireland carry the IRE suffix rather than GB, and two of Ireland's racecourses are based in Northern Ireland, with 22 fixtures run there annually. All trainers in Northern Ireland are licensed by the Turf Club, and races there are run under Irish Turf Club rules. 90% of the runners at those fixtures are trained in the Republic, with horses moving on a daily basis, so a return to a hard border would disrupt this movement severely. We would hope that annual movement through border checkpoints could be facilitated only if necessary through enhanced chip technology and dedicated horse lanes at key ports. And finally, one last point. The introduction of tariffs or regulations would increase the cost of business and decrease the free movement of labour and horses, and also due to reliance on the competition with the UK, a more flexible attitude to state aid rules is required in relation to support for this rural industry by the EU Commission. Thank you.
Minister, I might just go to you on that question because it's quite specific, and I suppose the general, it was more of an outline of the challenges. Have you a sympathetic ear, and is your department aware of the challenges for the equine sector?
Yes, and we're equally aware of the potential that this sector has if as close as possible to the current norms for trading exist. I mean, one of the areas which you didn't reference, for example, is the media rights, which are denominated in sterling. That's equally a critical issue in terms of what happens in a post-Brexit situation, the tripartite agreement. We're acutely conscious of it. We have raised this issue with the Barnier team. I mean, on the practical level, you know, you look at any race card in the UK on any given day of the week, there's a substantial number of Irish horses. That's a movement over and back that we need to ensure that we protect. We are a global leader in this industry. I'm very conscious of the venue where I'm sitting. I've been in some martyrings around the country. They're not all as salubrious as this. It's a showcase for our industry. It's one where we can claim to be a global leader in this space, and it's certainly an industry that we're acutely conscious of the Brexit connotations. It is also, I mean, if anything encapsulates the all-island nature of it, it's the administration of it from a horse racecourse point of view, from unlike, say, for example, but the bovine industry, the equine industry is on an all-island basis, registrations, etc. So we are acutely conscious of the detail of it, and certainly are working and have consulted with the representative bodies to ensure that these interests are reflected in the negotiated outcome.
I see Sean O'Sullivan in the audience, Minister. He might take you to Fermoy someday. A very salubrious mart down that part of the world. Go ahead.
He has one in Macroom as well.
Thomas Cooney, IFA Environment Chairman. As we head into important negotiations of the review of the Nitrates Directive, it's important, I suppose, for the competitive advantage of the Irish ag industry that the dairy derogation is retained, that there's a solution found for the pig and poultry farmers or the transitional arrangements, and that neither of these, no sector is placed at a competitive disadvantage to their UK counterparts where they have to jump higher hurdles. Or could you see in a situation down the road where UK farmers or Northern Ireland farmers mightn't have to comply with the Nitrates Directive at all?
Okay, and I'll take two, Minister. I'll take this gentleman here.
Minister, prior to lunch...
If you just give us your name, please.
Tom Byrne, Wicklow IFA. Prior to lunch, Commissioner Hogan suggested that the only way to increase CAP funding was the governments of Europe to add to it. Is your government prepared to contribute to and push for an increase in CAP budget? Thank you.
I have a third one here I'm going to take just now. Nigel, yeah, if you want to go, and then we'll bring in our panel after these questions, and you'll still be able to ask questions.
Minister, there's a huge reliance on us farmers and processors for the continuation of live trade across the border in relation to animals and products for further processing. Can you tell me how, what is going to happen in relation to this?
Okay.
I can't. I can tell you what I would like to see happen and what we're campaigning to try and secure, and that is that we would have, a protection of the current level of trading arrangements. I just saw, for example, on Agriland this morning, 100,000 sheep have already come from Northern Ireland to southern processing plants. That's critical in so many levels. In 2015, 55,000 bovines went from the Republic to Northern Ireland. That's a trade that's critical. What we have clearly and unequivocally stated is our preferred outcome, and what we are campaigning to the Barnier team and creating the awareness across all of the other member states is we want as close as possible to the current trading arrangements with minimal administrative costs and no WTO tariffs. Protecting that trade. Well, now, we would like that would be reflected in a very comprehensive trade deal that would provide for that. But I can't say what the outcome will be. I can tell you what it is we are trying to progress and value. I mean, it is on an annual basis about 400,000 sheep are slaughtered from Northern Ireland. Pigs move north and south on a weekly basis to plants in both sides. We process 30% of the liquid milk pool in Northern Ireland in plants along the border in Lakelands and Patrick. That gives you an idea of the integration on the all-island basis. And we take some comfort, but we will not rest on the basis of what has been said about the border, etc. But we will need to ensure that we build on the fine words that we have heard so far. And that's why our ongoing vigilance on these matters in terms of the negotiations when they commence will be important. On Thomas's question on the Nitrates Directive, this is, if you could leave Brexit out of it for a moment, this is probably one of the biggest challenges facing agriculture this year. Now, I've had extensive consultation with my colleague and my predecessor, in fact, Minister Coveney, because, in fact, the Department of the Environment is the lead department, but obviously it is a critical issue for agriculture, and it's specifically a critical issue for intensive animal production, particularly in the dairy side. I mean, if you look at how it could go horribly wrong, look at what the Dutch are facing in terms of slaughter out of 175,000 cows. So we have a lot of engagement between our two departments and at the European level to secure the derogation. Now, we're obviously negotiating to try and secure the derogation with the least amount of red tape and obligations attached to it, but it is critical that the derogation is renewed, and that's our overwhelming objective. And it is a competitiveness issue as well, because if you do not have the derogation, it adds to your costs, and relative to other producers, particularly our nearest neighbours, that's a disadvantage. So we are working, and it is, I think, without being exclusively, it is a critical issue in the dairy and in the pig meat section, and it's something we're acutely conscious of. Thomas Byrne's question on the CAP funding, I mean, one of the opportunities, in the series of bilaterals that we're having, because the Commission has already started the consultation process on the next CAP, it seems like the ink is only dry on the last one, and in fact we're still only rolling out some of the provisions in the last CAP. But as the consultation process has commenced about what people would like to see in the CAP, we believe, you know, the Commission's outlined objectives in terms of generational renewal, climate change, all of that stuff is really important, but you can do none of that except you have an adequate budget. And what we have been saying to Member States as we go around is that's the single biggest hurdle we need to clear first. And yes, we are committed to it, and we would like to be in a situation where we would get other Member States to cough up for it. Who wouldn't? This is a negotiation process. But we fundamentally believe that the CAP budget should not be sacrificed. The European Union may face very significant challenges, you know, in terms of migration, all of those other issues. But that's not a reason, we would argue, to dismantle a successful common policy. It may, in fact, be the argument that there should be a common policy on a whole range of other big challenges that the Commission or that Europe faces, but it's not an argument to dismantle the CAP.
Minister, I'm going to ask the panel to come in now, and we will be able to get questions. But Minister, I think it's behoving on me to ask you, in an interview with one of my colleagues in the Farmers Journal there, about 4 weeks ago, you gave the commitment that all farmers in Glas will be paid by the end of this month. You have 6 days. Are they going to be paid?
No, to be fair, Justin, I don't think I gave a commitment. It was reported
end of April, Minister.
It was reported at a meeting that so I'm loath to comment on. But every application that is approved will be paid. We're dealing with a residue now of less than 8% of the remaining applications, and it is likely that a substantial number of those will not have activated an application at all. But we are in direct engagement now with the individual applicants about outstanding issues.
So all Glas payments won't be paid by the end of this month.
We are making our absolute efforts to pay everybody as quickly as possible.
Okay. Tara, the Minister tells us you've got a lot more money from him in light of Brexit. Maybe to give us a bit of an insight into what Bord Bia and how Bord Bia are getting Brexit ready and what they're doing to support the industry.
Thanks, Justin. So when I joined Bord Bia as CEO just 3 months ago now this week, one of the key priorities that we had to look at was how does Bord Bia change or react to what's happening with Brexit? And we looked at our own strategy at that period, and we've decided, and this has been with our board as well, that the strategy that we have is the right strategy, but it's a case of now Brexit-proofing every element of it. Over the course of the last year, I guess, the Department have increased our funding by about €3.5 million. And what we've been doing with that funding is trying to look at the spaces that the industry needs most help. And that's looking at insight. That's what's the market looking for? How can we best position ourselves if we're either looking to defend our position in the UK or we're looking to introduce ourselves into new markets? The key starting point is understanding that market properly. So today the Minister has shared with you that we'll be undertaking a market prioritisation exercise to make sure that those decisions are made with data on a fact-based piece rather than on a emotional or on a I always liked France type of a decision. It's actually looking at the metrics that will matter. But we're also then looking at the understanding of where and what the consumer is looking to purchase and how we can position Ireland to tell that message even better. We've also put in funding or allocated funding to trade placement. That's putting people on the ground. And
what does that mean, trade placement? What do those people do, Tara?
Yep.
Give the audience an understanding.
So we're developing a new programme. The audience may be familiar with the programme we launched 2 years ago, the Origin Green Ambassadors. And this is where we put Irish people or Origin Green trained people, individuals, into our key customers or into key institutions. And what those people were trying to do was tell the Origin Green message to the likes of Starbucks or to the likes of McDonald's, to tell and explain what was unique about Ireland, but even more importantly, to understand what was more important to them and how they were interpreting that. We're now building on the success of that programme and designing a new initiative for trade, so that we would be putting people in our customers' offices to understand how are they either A, looking at Brexit, and we've had early stage conversations with the likes of Tesco to understand how are they going to tackle Brexit, and as we, one of their most important suppliers, how can we learn from those preparations and make sure we're getting those messages back, or alternatively looking to place those individuals in the likes of a Carrefour or a Sodexo to try and see how can Ireland best position itself, be that on logistics or route to market decisions, to feed or be prepared in a better way. So that's one of the initiatives.
To tease that out then, and how that feeds into the Minister's diversification strategy. And I suppose farmers would maybe feel over the last 2 years there's been a lot of bluster about the US market, the Chinese market. I think it was in 2015, the Taoiseach told us that the Chinese market was actually open or about to open, and we're still waiting. And you can maybe appreciate why there's some level of concern, just the difficulties that there are in actually, and the false dawns in getting these markets open. How realistic is it that we can diversify away from the UK market? And maybe if you would give us, and I know it's a difficult question, but give us a time frame as to what it might take us, and Niall, I might ask you to comment on this question as well, what it would take us to move that 50% back to 20% or back to 25% even of our exports going into the UK?
There's a lot of questions in that, so I'll just pick them apart a little bit, Justin. If you look at the market access, it's not an overnight success story. It actually is a huge amount of work and a huge amount of effort. But at the same time, everyone talks about the 37% of our exports going to the UK, but over a third of our exports are going to international markets and another third are going to the European markets. So we have 2/3 of our exports going into non-UK markets. That's not to downplay the challenge we face. And if you look then at just since 2014, the Philippines were opened and we've already sent 14,000 tonnes worth of beef. And I know you're a regular eye roller on the US scenario, but there's still 3,000 tonnes worth of beef gone to the US in the last year. So what we have to understand is Irish industry, and Niall will answer this probably even better than I will on the beef side, but Irish industry will export to the markets that pay most efficiently. And for the last year, the US market hasn't been the most attractive market from that perspective, but market access is about giving choices. And that's why we're really excited about the option. And so much of this will be around China being a clear and huge opportunity for the Irish industry, but we're as dependent on the Chinese moving fast as our will to move fast as well. And I think what the Minister has been saying this morning or this afternoon on boosting up his resources and obviously boosting up ours through that market prioritisation piece allows us to get our forces aligned and make sure that any of the delay doesn't happen on our side.
Niall, the diversification, are Dawn diversifying, obviously with a presence in Ireland, France and the UK? What's the plan for Dawn Meats to diversify their market?
Well, Justin, I just checked over the weekend there, and we now export to 48 different countries. So yes, so that would have been about 40 countries about 2 years ago. So yes, we are moving and we are diversifying all the time. I think the statistic that's been mentioned today, about 50% of Irish beef exports going to the UK in 2016. An even more interesting statistic is that was 54% in 2015, right? And the drop in exports going to the UK happened last year, post the vote in June. So if you extrapolated that out over the full year, that's an 8% movement, annualized movement. So I think that's something important for people to consider, that we are diversifying. It's happening, right? It's naturally happening. But I think it's also important to know that, there is no sugarcoating this. If there is a hard Brexit, it will have huge implications for Ireland. But as has already been mentioned, it will have major implications for the EU market. Now, this was mentioned by the President of the IFA and by the Minister here, and that's clearly for the reason that we are a member of the single market in Ireland, and we will remain a member of the single market in Ireland. If our product is displaced from any market, we will go to other markets where we have boots on the ground and we can convert that into sales, and that will create market disturbance in those other markets. And as we saw during BSE, Europe and the Irish government will deploy market support measures to stabilise potential disruption. Because this is not a scenario that the industry, and by that I mean the farmer producers and processors, can deal with themselves without support.
What would you see those market measures looking like, Niall, or what would they need to look like to respond to Brexit?
Well, I think a lot of these have been mentioned already, but the key supports that we would need is we need a review of EU state aid rules, because we need to promote industrial investment, supporting new technologies, plant renewal expansion, market development, and of course product innovation. If there was a market shock, we would need an enterprise stabilisation fund and employment subsidies similar to what were put into good effect during the financial crisis in 2009 to 2011. Obviously, as been mentioned, we need to continue to have a strong CAP budget post-2020. And we do need the Irish government to continually focus on national cost competitiveness, whether it's energy, labour, insurance, cost of finance. And I'd welcome the announcement that the Minister put out today about market access and renewed focus and investment in that area. But I would also say that industry should be a key part in that with Board BIA and with the Department of Agriculture, and because we need to focus on agreed targets and also agreed timelines to make sure that we have people responsible to get those actions done.
With the exceptions of the cap, Niall, obviously, if you don't mind me saying, most of those supports are for the industry rather than the farmers.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of support for the farmers, in terms of export refunds, monetary compensatory amounts, do you see those having a role, or are export refunds and intervention too much of a market distortion in that certainly with intervention the product has to come back onto the market?
As I mentioned previously, if there is major market disruption, I do believe that the EU and the Irish government will support the industry, and that will be from farm all the way through to processing to ensure we get through a difficult period.
Yeah.
Because if you consider over the years, in the last 25 years, we've had BSE, we've had foot and mouth, we've lost major markets like Russia, we've lost major markets like the Middle East. Back then, we were a frozen commodity business. 80% of our product was frozen. Back then, the price of the EU average market price that Ireland achieved for cattle was 93%. Last year, the EU average price that Ireland achieved was 106% of the EU average price.
But
so for a country that exports 90% of its product to be 6% over the EU average,
but I suppose doesn't that trend follow where the UK market has gone compared to the EU average? We're sort of, you could argue that even shows just how important that the UK market is, that if you were to do those exact same figures for the UK market would have accelerated ahead of the European average over the same period.
That's a fair point, but do remember we have had a fair bit of disruption last year as well, and we hit 106% last year.
Jim, and thank you again, Jim, for stepping in at the last minute, and I'm sure Kevin won't take it as any way discreditary when I called you a super sub. Jim, obviously the dairy market has a high level of exposure here as well, and a lot has been talked about in terms of the cheddar cheese market. And but again, it's not only the 90,000 or 100,000 tons of cheddar; it's the waste product, or waste is the wrong word nowadays, but the whey product that come from that we talked about over lunch, which is probably 90%, which has been a whole industry built around as well. In terms of Brexit, and maybe just stepping back actually from the detail a little bit, Brexit in the dairy industry, the Minister, I suppose, being political, summed it up pretty much for the beef industry without painting a doomsday. How serious would a bad outcome to this Brexit deal actually be for our dairy industry in your view?
It's, you know, I suppose first of all to say is that while I get comfort from today and from the discussion, and I don't want to be a preacher of doom and gloom, we have to plan for a tough Brexit. We have to plan for the worst case scenario. Because, you know, we can get comfort maybe from what might happen on Saturday, but I went to bed at 11 o'clock on the 22nd of June, very comfortable on the basis of opinion poll and what Sky News were telling me. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, I was clear that there was a different scenario completely prevailing. So,
right, Jim, you didn't get up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I set the alarm clock to get the news on it. But can I tell you, from the point of view of the industry, and the dairy industry in particular, I mean, you know, we have an industry that has evolved from the 70s and the 80s into a much more diversified industry, and cheese being a critical factor in that, right? Okay, cheddar is the bulk of that, but the equivalent of the 100,000 tons of cheese that's going to the UK market, that's the equivalent of a co-op of Dairy Gold size, right? So that's more than a billion litres. That's first instance. We've invested in all of that, but not alone invested, but have worked hard on developing the added value from the byproduct called whey. there's an infant milk formula structure built around Ireland and built primarily on the combination of infant milk skim and also the whey products. So from that perspective, it is absolutely crucial on two fronts. Now, bringing it back to granular, which I hope won't be the case, you know, the default mechanism is a WTO reference has been referred to today. A WTO on milk is and on cheese, cheddar cheese, is €1,671 per tonne. Now, it takes approximately 10,000 litres to make a tonne of cheese, and that's over 16 centilitre of a tariff. That is a tariff of 50%. Now, the cheddar cheese industry cannot sustain that. And that's just putting it as simple as possible on the basis of what we have to think about. I'm not saying it is the farthest thing we wish for, but, you know, we must think about that. Now, that's over approximately 1/5 of the milk into that type of scenario. So it is really, really seriously, you know, crossing and thinking, and we're all planning against that background to move from that. Now, to come back to the issues that will happen, or if that should happen, the transition period needs to be huge. The transition period is not a 2-year period. It is much longer than that, because you can't move from an industry that has invested so much in capital. We've just come out 2 years ago from a quota regime, you know, invested in capacity along particular lines in as diversified a portfolio as possible. I mean, we're putting nothing back into cheddar cheese now. It's going into continental cheeses that are none for the British market. That's the strategy.
So you've made that business decision already in terms of the further investment in the cheddar side?
In the Jarlsberg, in the continental cheese side, yes. I mean, okay, you can say, I could claim and be very smart here and say it was foresight. It wasn't. Let's be clear here. But, you know, the issue in the context of our process and the planning process for East Cork is on the basis of Jarlsberg cheese, along with Regato and Parmesan and Emmental types that are completely devoid of market dependence.
Minister, I just want to come to you actually. It's something, and Jim triggered it with me. The transition period. We could get a transition period for 10 years, say, best case scenario, or who knows if it's best case scenario, but say we get a transition period for 10 years. Does the transition period necessarily prevent the UK from doing deals with third countries that would undermine the value in the market during that period? Because a transition period is one thing, but a transition period competing with US dairy products or Brazilian beef or New Zealand dairy products, really, if it doesn't protect the market at the same time, it's a very little benefit.
Well, I mean, one of the raison d'etre for Brexit in the UK politically was that they make Britain great again, you know, do their own trade deals, etc. So I don't think you can in principle stop them from doing trade deals. What we are hoping in terms of negotiation is that we would have a handbrake effect on them, as for example there is on Turkey with industrial goods, that the same terms and conditions might be engineered in terms of negotiations on the dairy side and on food, the agri-food side generally. I think that's the issue. But just on Jim's point, I mean, the glass half full in terms of, and I appreciate, and I've had these discussions with the Dairy Board and with the IDIA on the challenges for dairy, and particularly on the cheddar, which is a very significant challenge. But just in terms of how focused the Irish dairy industry is on getting products to market, a very interesting statistic in the context of the post-quota years, 80% of our additional production went to market. 20% in the last difficult 2 years went to intervention. It's exactly the opposite across Europe. 80% went to intervention and 20% went to the market. So I think what we've got to do is ensure that we can address the critical issues in the negotiations, particularly in the area of cheddar, and retain our market focus for product.
Sean, just to bring you in on that, and in relation to the cheddar, in relation to, I suppose, the diversification and the increased concentration, I suppose, on powders, and I think Owen Laurie had a very interesting piece in last week's journal in relation to how the potential of Brexit could force us to become more concentrated on our product offering. We've seen how big a risk that is in some other parts of the world. Is that a concern to the IFA? Is it a concern to you as dairy chairman?
Yeah, it's a concern to me as dairy chairman, but I think it's a concern to me as a dairy farmer. And I think maybe, you know, we've listened here today, and I suppose we've heard of plans and position papers and task forces and all of that. And we're trying to bring it back to the level of the dairy farmer, the fellow that's bought into, I suppose, the plan over the last number of years, you know, the food harvest and now Food Wise following on from that. You know, that's a 4 or 5 year expansionary plan. It's a 20-year maybe payback period for a farmer that's made a decision on the state of play as he found it at a point in time. The ground rules are changing. Where does what level of power has the individual farmer over that? What level of confidence, I suppose, has he in, I suppose, the farm organisations, the industry, the politicians both here and in Europe, to go and deliver for them. And, you know, what Jim is talking about there, you know, your worst case scenario of your 16 cents a litre, that means one thing out the other side. Now, we all hope and expect that's not where it's going to be. But I bring it back to a colleague of mine in Finland that I was talking to, and the Russian ban was mentioned earlier today. And, you know, back when the Russian ban was introduced, you had a dramatic, obviously, fall off in price received by the dairy farmer in the Baltic states and in Finland. Within 12 months, the good part of that scenario is that the volume of trade had got back, in terms of exports, had got back to where it was. New markets had been found. The big differential was those markets were yielding 15% less than the market that was there originally. And I think therein lies the challenge. You'll find a home. You know, you've intervention and you've markets. You'll find a home, but a home that leaves a margin for the dairy farmer, who's the person I'm concerned about at the end of the day. That's going to be the challenge. And, you know, there was a certain amount of this morning, I thought, you know, you're hearing Theresa May taking a position, you're hearing about the Commission taking a position. They're all only starting points, and there's a certain amount of it for public consumption. But at the end of the day, these are real people's lives, people's farm families, their children, their education. And, you know, it's getting that message back. And Jim's point is valid in terms of, you know, transition periods and lead-in times and times to adjust. You know, the dairy cycle is a slow one. Volatility is part and parcel of it. This is adding to it. But this is a market that was built up, you know, over 40, 50 years. You don't build up high value-add dairy markets quickly. And I think that's the message that sometimes get lost, and the idea that you'll find a new market somewhere for your product.
Angus, you must go home there. That lovely pen of bulls that I seen in your shed last night, you must go home here delighted. There's going to be no hard Brexit. There's going to be no border. Theresa May is going to have an election. She's going to get all her Eurosceptics out, and she's going to have a soft Brexit, remain in the customs union. There's nothing to worry about. That's more or less what we heard this morning.
Yeah, you're certainly getting a fair belly full of that there. I mean, from a beef farmer's point of view, as was said earlier, the reality of Brexit impacted a long time back, months back. The morning after the vote, we noticed an immediate drop in the beef prices. The very morning, nothing had changed overnight, bar the vote. The contracts were still the same. Beef farmers were down 10 cents a kilo the following morning, and the justification was sterling at the time. So, from a beef farmer's point of view, we work in a very vulnerable position within the supply chain, and certainly what we need at this point in time is we need strong confidence within the whole system and within the chain that certainly beef farmers' interests will be protected. And it is, I mean, it is good credit, you know, to be out searching for new markets and establishing, you know, those potential markets. But they are at this moment in time only potential markets. We have a significant amount of beef sold into the UK every year, and no matter which way we dice it, we're not going to find markets for that beef in a very, very short period of time, like 2, 3, 4 years. It's just not doable. The UK market is a high-value market, as is the European market. But if we were to slip out of the UK market because of tariffs, coupled with a further weakening in sterling, we end up creating a problem on the European market as well too, which will affect all the protein sources. Like if we end up in a situation of putting a lot of beef into the European market, that will have knock-on effects for pork and chicken as well too. So the whole European market potentially stands to be disrupted by this process. And we've spent a lot of time with the other European farm organisations, getting them to understand what the potential knock-on effect for them is in this particular scenario. But we need, at this point in time, you know, we have, in some ways, because of the shock with the vote, we've been in a very much a reactive situation from a political point of view, from the European Commission and from a governmental point of view. We need to move very, very quickly into a strong negotiation position. We need to roll up the sleeves, and we need to be very, very clear on what exactly is required to keep the European beef market and in turn the Irish beef market strong. And certainly at this point in time now, we need to be going out and pushing really, really hard for, you know, to retain that market access into the UK, and certainly to prevent any further increase in South American imports of beef coming in, and which is why it's very disappointing at this stage to be informed that you know, the European Commission is intent on pushing on with a Mercosur trade deal at this point in time. And we are safe, and we're meant to be kept safe in the knowledge that beef won't be mentioned until the very end of the trade deal. But that, in a lot of times, that's very critical, because you don't get an opportunity to react to it at that point. It comes in at the end, and it's a done deal.
Minister, I might just ask you to react on that, and maybe how your own negotiations at European level around Mercosur, and indeed maybe the Taoiseach, because I know he has been involved in it as well.
I think the report that the Commission did recently on the cumulative impact is a critical piece of work, and that, I think, and my read of the political will towards a trade deal with Mercosur, I can't definitively say this, but I certainly don't detect any appetite around the Council of Agricultural Ministers to expedite or to progress it, given the current level of uncertainties around Brexit. So I would be very surprised if we saw any significant progress in that in the foreseeable future.
Niall, do you want to make a comment on that?
I just make the comment that the UK market is a premium market, and we have a lot of good things about quality Irish grass-fed beef. We have the quality assurance scheme run by Borbia for beef and lamb. We also have Origin Green. The import market in Britain, they have to import 35% of their beef, and they buy a fresh beef product, right? So if you consider what they buy in retail, 53% of what British shoppers buy on the retail shelves is mince, okay? Now, the rules in Britain under British legislation with the Food Standards Authority is that that product must be minced fresh within 8 days of slaughter, okay? So to think that third countries are going to be able to logistically ship over product and get it minced within 8 days, that's not going to happen realistically, okay? Now, if you think, well, oh, they could do it at 30 days or 60 days, that would create food spoilage issues that have to reduce the shelf life. You know, there would be food safety issues as well. So from a practical point of view, you have to consider all those
history
things.
would show now that they tend not to target that market, that they disproportionately target the higher price staking markets and cause a distortion effect.
Yeah, but if there's going to be a free trade agreement with Ireland, and of course what we want is status quo, so no change, no barriers, no tariffs, no quotas. If there is a free trade agreement with Ireland or with Europe, well then we'll be able to export all our products as now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go to the floor now, so get your hands up. Don't put your hand up at me, get a microphone and I'll be able to take a question. So there's guys going around with microphones there. Tara, just while we're doing that, Niall talked about quality assurance. And like, we can demand so much of politicians, we can demand so much of the industry, we can demand so much of Europe. What can farmers do? And how important is not just the quality assurance in the beef and lamb, but also the quality assurance in the dairy side? How important is that in making sure we have this point of difference that we can stick our chest out and legitimately say that we're better than some of our competitors, or all of our competitors?
I guess it's never been more in focus than it is at the moment. I've been asked a number of questions around this space as to where does sustainability, where does traceability fit in, and it's very much a market entry point to the premium customers that we want to deal with. Be that Tesco, be that McDonald's, they've stated that they will only source from product that has a quality assurance scheme, but also now that have sustainability schemes that back that up. And I guess Ireland is something that probably we don't shout enough at home about, from the perspective that back 5 years ago, we were the first country in the world to sign up to a national sustainability programme. 5 years later, we're still the only country in the world that can actually make that claim. We had, and we hosted the Minister for Agriculture from New Zealand in the last 10 days, and they are in envy of us to have a system like that. They feel that they've got the colour picture that goes with it, but they don't have the system and the data that proves it. They're looking to understand how it was done. How did Ireland get to do that? How does Ireland have something that nobody else in the world has? And we're obviously making it sound as complicated as possible because we want to stay being the only country in the world that has it. But it's a unique USP for us. And the fact that 90% of our beef exports are now part of a quality assurance and an origin green statistic. We've got in our dairy now 14,600 farmers. 80% of our farmers in dairy are now, just since 2012, involved in that system. So from an Ireland perspective, that's how we differentiate ourselves. That's how we get the premium customers. And that's how we keep the stickiness with those customers, that they can't just swap us out because we give them a solution that nobody else has.
Angus, I think you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to come in and say, I mean, the quality assurance is only one half of the solution here. The other half that has been, we feel, overlooked within the last couple of weeks is the standards on the other side. I mean, it's all very well for Irish farmers producing beef, milk, whatever, to the very highest standards, but we expect product that comes into the EU to be of a similar standard. And what we've seen in the last month or two, since Patrick's Day, with the Brazilian meat products, the Brazilian poultry and the Brazilian beef, and the standards and the corruption and all that's gone on in those scenarios, and yet the European Commission has continued to import product from there. So from a farmer's point of view, they're the difficulties that we would have. You know, it's very good to meet the standards with our quality assurance, but we have to be certain that the European Commission and the governments as well too, and our minister would have a role to play in this, are enforcing standards on any product coming into the EU as well. There's no point in saying they have to meet our standards and then not enforcing it.
Double standard. Jim, obviously QA has been something that has filtered as part of the in-spec quality assurance bonus. There's been a very distinct market premium for farmers on the beef side. Can you extract, how important is the QA to you as a customer going out and selling, whether it be your infant formula, your cheddar cheeses, or whatever the case may be? When you go out to a new customer, how important is QA and the standards?
Oh, absolutely critical. I mean, it's the ticket to entry. In fact, Tara mentioned the Sustainable Dairy Assurance Scheme. At this point, the question that's coming back from the most discerning customers in the IMF sector is not about where Dairygold is, but when will Ireland be able to say that it's 100% sustainable dairy assured? That's the question. It's about the Irish context. Yeah. And they laud, actually, Origin Green. I'm not saying it because Tara's here on the podium, but they do see the real benefits of that. So it's becoming, the standard.
Yeah.
But like everything, something else replaces that. The biggest challenge is coming down, that was referred to earlier by the Minister, and there was some comment on it, I think Thomas raised it on the audience there, is the environmental piece. Side. That is the biggest challenge, and it's creeping up on us, and that's something that we just have to be conscious of. Nobody wants to bring it to the front of the agenda, as it were, because it's not popular, but clearly linking into the nitrates, linking into we have a binding agreement under the Paris 2015 agreement on emissions. And that's creeping up on us because what's happening with the Nestles and the Danones and the Unilevers of this world is they're talking that jargon. What is your plan in this regard, and what are you doing about it?
I take it the flag you're raising there, Jim, is, look, Brexit's important, but the day-to-day issues still remain, and we have to keep alert to them. I'm going to go to questions. I'm going to take 3.
Okay.
Could you please give your name, and if there's a panel member you want to direct the question to, or it's a general question for the panel?
Joe Costello from Kilkenny. I'd like to direct my question, I suppose, on a few of the panel there. I wish Tara well in her new role there, and her new very important role, may I add. But the figures I have here for our beef exports, I'm a beef farmer in Kilkenny, we export 50% of our beef at the moment to UK, 45% to EU, and only 5% outside that. Now, that's despite having years of trade delegations, missions, flights. I mean, it's just happening too slow. I mean, I know what Sean O'Leary is saying, it doesn't happen, it won't happen quickly, but I cannot understand why it can't happen more quickly than that. And I mean, and the reason we're here, may I say, in the first place, is inaction in the EU to make decisions. In Britain, especially with emigration and immigration, that's the reason why we're here in the very first place. And we, as farmers, have to suffer all these events, and it's wearing thin, may I say. And I'd like to, with Niall Brown as well, I know we're 106% of the EU average of beef, but I'm still losing on cattle that I'm selling at the moment. But my point is, it's just too slow for action. Things happen too slowly.
Joe, you don't mind if I take that as a comment, a general comment? Where am I now? Liam, yep.
Yeah, Liam Dunn, Chairman of IFA's Grain Committee. If the dairy farmers and the beef farmers catch a cold here with Brexit, then the cereal farmers are going to die. Simple as that. Because we depend upon that home market for our sales. And it's a little bit ironic to hear people talking about assurance schemes for the various produce. The grain assurance scheme is there longer than any of them, and we get absolutely no credit for it, none whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I'll go even further to say that in the campaign we ran last year, we found that there was quite an amount of grain coming in from the UK into Ireland, which had foreign weed seeds in it. And we have asked the Minister to do something about it. Now, whether Brexit will help that situation, that he will be able to do something about it, I don't know. But that biosecurity is very important to us. So I'd particularly like to ask him and Borbia to give more recognition to what Irish cereals are doing and the quality of what they're producing. Thank you.
Mike?
Mike McCann, dairy farmer. Today is very useful, but getting certainties out of today is the difficult piece. The one certainty I'm taking home is that CAP is probably, it would be dangerous to believe we're going to get more money from CAP, and I don't want to create a negative, but that's the reality. But the one reality is that the greatest return we get is for our product. And we have some great stories in Ireland, you know, Tara's Origin Green, etc. Great stories. So I'm asking Jim Wolfe, the Minister, and Sean, is it now time that we actually did create more of the value for the product, particularly the IMFs of the baby infant formula side, directly to benefit the Irish producer? The benefit at the moment goes to the people in the middle, Jim. It goes to the customer that you said, the business-to-business model that we've employed in this country. And while I know they're very valuable customers, I believe we now need to have a serious look at how we create a greater amount of the value for that product for us, the primary producer. And I know, Minister, you were put on the spot on a trade delegation recently about was it time that when Ireland had an infant formula, direct infant formula business. I believe it is time. And I believe that we should have a very, very serious look at ensuring that the name on the can going on the shelf for that high-end consumer in the Far East is Kerrygold or whatever, Dairygold. I don't mind what the name is, as long as the benefit goes to the primary producer. And can you three now have a serious look at how we make that happen?
Tara, could I maybe just... Could I maybe just ask you to comment on the scale of that challenge that Mike talks about in terms of building a global infant formula brand? Because I think you would accept that, Mike, that is a significant challenge. And then I'll ask Jim and the Minister to come in.
So Ireland has 3 of the top multinationals based here in Ireland and manufacturing and producing here in Ireland. And I'm delighted to say every one of them is members of Origin Green, verified members of Origin Green, and leverages and utilises that in a huge basis. But when you're talking about international markets and infant formula particularly, the barriers to entry from that, from a brand perspective, because as a first-time mother, the brand expectations, your willingness to take a risk on a product that's unknown to you, even on a private label that may be from a well-known supermarket versus an internationally recognized brand that plays down the medical route with you, is a huge challenge for you. When we've looked at this in different guises, trying to understand when we're looking at Origin Green, who best to work with and how best to work with them, and particularly we did this at a very deep level on the fast-growing markets and went into China significantly. And what we were trying to understand was, what was the consumer journey to make a decision for infant formula? And you're talking to, for the most part, who we were speaking to was middle-class, well-educated consumers in the Chinese market. Bear in mind that at the time when we were doing this research originally, they had one-child policy there, and they were paying anything between 40 and 50 euro for that can of infant formula, and they would not compromise on something that they didn't know the full detail of. They were able to research for us, even to read the barcode, that the barcode would tell them where that product was manufactured versus just the brand of it. So when you're trying to come in as potentially an unknown entity to one of these markets, the cost of entry to that in the short, medium, and perhaps even long term, I dare guess, would be a huge challenge. Now, that's not to say it's not doable, but if you're looking at where the fast-growing markets are, it's in the further away parts of the world where recognition of Ireland as a food-producing nation won't be as strong as those markets closer to us, so the costs just keep adding up as you go that further afield. But that's not to say it's not doable.
Jim?
Yeah, look, Tara has said it. I mean, the issue is about the barrier to entry. To get a product licensed in China with CNCA licensing at the moment, the actual amount of documentation, the tidying up that's going on in Asia, knocking on from the melamine, is vast, right? They're tidying up their own industry. They're putting significant, if you like, barriers internally to put people out of business in their own territory. The registration process has become extremely complex and difficult, even for the lead players like the Nestle's and the Danones and the Mead Johnsons and so on. Can I just tell you, it is about the cost. It is about having a route to market. It is not the ability to make. We have in this country the suite of ingredients. We understand what the formula is. The pilot work, the work that's going on in the likes of Moorpark Technology from a pilot perspective, it can be done. It is being done. It's about getting that route to market. As has been described earlier, it is a long play, and a lot of sunken capital will go in, and the industry has to be prepared to invest that.
Jim, it's a bit of a curveball question. I know it's maybe a little unfair, and Kevin Lane would probably be in better position to answer it, but Mike talked about Kerrygold there in terms of the Kerrygold brand. Would Kevin Lane be able, if he went to his board and said, guys, this is scoped out, this is going to work, we want to develop Kerrygold infant formula, given that, as you say, Tara, we have the three leading brands all producing in Ireland, but all with effective representation around that Ornua board table in one form or another?
Being honest, I would say it is not a job for Kerrygold, actually, because Kerrygold doesn't manage the supply chain. Because what's happening now is that people want to see what's going on upstream and follow right through the milk as it comes from the farm right through along, in the context of complete ownership of that. I think, yes, there is the balance sheet of Kerrygold has a role to play in that context. And as a shareholder, certainly that should be considered. I think the issue in the context at the moment is that the wherewithal is there. It's the issue around that piece of capital and the actual establishment of the route to market. I'm avoiding it a little bit, but I don't feel that when Kerrygold per se doesn't actually have direct and complete control over the full supply chain, it doesn't work.
Okay.
Like you must have, in the context of there, you must have the ingredients of, you must have control of the whey side, you must have control of the skim side, and you must have control of the whole STAS and quality assurance side.
Okay. Minister, have you anything to add?
Well, I mean, for a moment, On telling Kevin Lane, or for that matter Jim Wolfe, or any of the other captains in the dairy industry or indeed the meat side, what products they should or shouldn't get into. I don't think that's the role of the minister. I would say, however, strategically it's important to have a broad product mix and to move as far up the value chain as we possibly can. And the only thing I would say in the context of infant formula, there is no more sensitive product, I would say, in the global market than infant formula. And we've seen what a slip in terms of standards, the consequences that can have for an industry. Now, bear in mind, we put a substantial volume already of our product into that area. And we have Abbott, Wyatt, and Danone already. The question is obvious then, is it strategically wise to add further to our commitment in that area rather than looking at other product ranges? I just think maybe having a spread is but as I said, I wouldn't for a moment. I've heard Kevin Lane address this issue comprehensively himself as to why they were no way going to get involved in that.
Okay. Shawnee, go.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I think maybe, Mike, back to the point, and the minister's reference there, the companies that are in here at the minute and that are operating have that level of expertise in there. Are we able to extract the return from the likes of those? And I think in particular for the likes of the fixed price contracts and so forth, there should be greater potential in there to go in and grab more of that value. And I think it's the question that farmers, in terms of dairy farmers, we've bought into the principle of ESTAS, producing in the most environmentally positive way that we possibly can, that gives us a market advantage out there. It is grabbing hold of that, monetizing it, and bringing it back. I think that's really the challenge. And I think that there is further work I think needs to be done in relation to that. And maybe just back to one point that Joe Costello raised there in terms of, and Mike referred to the cap budget, and we're not going to get any more there. Any more is one thing. I think you go back and you look and you see the cap budget. Can it be used better? Can we be leveraged better? And I think that challenge was laid down by the Commissioner Minister as well in terms of, how we do things in terms of joint approaches. And I think we have to go back and look at that. And just with Macron in France again, okay, it might be said there's a sigh of relief around Europe that he seems to be in pole position. But I mean, he's demanding major changes as well in terms of how Europe does its business. And I think that lesson shouldn't be lost either. And I think we have to look at that as well and see, are there ways that we can leverage the cap that little bit more and get more bang for our buck.
Okay, I'm going to make a fundamental flaw. I've given away my microphone to the speech, but Tom, I trust you won't abuse the position.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. First, I want to address Jim and Mike's point. Mike and I have been on that for 30 years, Jim, and it was nice to see you slipping out underneath it. We'll say no more. But we have a fundamental point that we would like a brand. And at the same time, I do know that China is reducing its import of infant formula brands to 10. And to get into that market is a phenomenal job. I'd say that to you, Mike, at the same time. Second point I want to make is an observation of what Niall Brown said a couple of minutes ago. You said that the mince had to be made within 8 days. And it's 53% of the English market. It'll be hard to replace that. Now, I happened by accident or otherwise to farm in somewhere else. And I had a long chat with the chairman of Fonterra on the cheddar coming into Ireland, or into England, in the case of Brexit, from New Zealand. And he didn't jump up and down at the prospect of it. We may be worrying a little bit, too much, about our market in England being taken over. I do know one thing for certain. The New Zealanders will not produce milk at 20 cents on a continual basis, or maybe even at 25. So we just don't panic. If Britain keeps its standards, we mightn't be as vulnerable as we think.
Thanks very much, Tom. Guys, I'm going to take one last round of questions because I'm conscious of the time. We have, where's the microphone? But you can decide, and we've one here as well. Oh, sorry, Liam. Apologies. I had it down. Jim, you're probably one of the biggest buyers of grain in the country. The no payment for quality assurance, and Tara, I'll ask you to comment on the role of quality assurance grains in the whole quality assurance brand for beef and dairy.
Yeah, look, can I say first of all, it isn't patronising, Liam, but I do empathise and have great sympathy for the cereal growers. I mean, you are really at the cusp and at the exposure of global trade and global harvests and oil industry and so many different things. I think, in the context of the year gone by and the prospects for this year, both tough periods. The one thing I can assure you from a cooperative perspective and from a dairy gold perspective, that not a hundredweight or a kilogram of grain was imported by Dairy Gold. In fact, we prioritise the use of grain grown in Munster for Dairy Gold feeds. So from that point of view, and also in terms of price, I think in the context that there has to be a better message got across to the area where the added value is. And the added value in the grain is in the malting side, is in the distilling, is in the distillery end of the business. And a lot of work and more work has to go on that side to get a greater shake of that trade, because you've seen in the context of the whiskey industry where you have double-digit growth year on year, like the Jameson brand. And it's important that we get the connectivity between that grain is grown in Ireland and going right through following an Irish brand into a global market.
Okay. Tara, I'll maybe skip that because I think Jim has answered it quite well. Harold, where have you gone on? Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman.
Just give your name.
Harold Kingston, dairy farmer in Cork. There's two CEOs there on the stage, both of whom have business interests in the UK as well as Ireland. We've heard about your preparations for Brexit from an Irish business point of view. What preparations are being made in your UK business interests, and do they differ from your Irish preparations? And Minister, you had a much more pessimistic view of the prospects of the UK vote than Phil Hogan had earlier. Which is the government view on that, or is that just a personal view, or is that an Irish government view that you're very pessimistic of the results of the UK vote, that it'll be hard rather than soft Brexit?
Joe, where'd Joe go on? Yeah, have you a question? Yeah, that man right beside you there, yeah.
Yes, I suppose my question there is to Tara and to Michael. My own name is Teddy Creedon. I'm the Hill rep for West Cork. I suppose just all the other, both beef and dairy and tillage, but the sheep industry is very important to each pocket of each hill. I suppose from where I live in the West Cork area down into Castletown Bear, all up in Mayo, and we have a very unique product. It's a hill lamb, and it's a lighter lamb than your lowland lamb. But I'd like to know, and as well from Tara there, what's being done in Borbia to find markets, particularly for this product. It's a comment as well as a question there on that.
Okay, I'll take one more. Adrian, have you a microphone? Who's the microphone up? Jerry, actually, David, you've been in before. I'll let this lady come in fairness for the gender balance, or maybe you're holding the hand up for that lady. You're not going to throw it at me, no?
To the panel and to the Minister, that has to control where we're going. And if you sat back where we're sitting here as the farmers or the people that's going to be producing the product that we're talking about, is Frecnan. And it's Frecnan where, Justin, you said the suckler cow in the west of Ireland could come extinct. I come from a county in Leitrim where we're talking a while that there's 50% of the county extinct under another regime. Earlier on,
can we have I'm very conscious of time.
Early on in discussion this morning, there was 300,000 jobs directly employed, one way or the other, from the farm gate in Ireland. If you multiply them 300 by 3 jobs extra that will be coming on different directions with insurance companies and different things, you're talking about 9,000 jobs employed. That's nearly 1 million people. Nearly a quarter of the population of this country, or the working population. There can be no way that there can be a hard border. And I think you, Minister, need to outstand that in every opportunity you can get. because I come from a county in Leitrim where the border is only 12 miles down the road as the crow flies. And I know and was reared in that, what it can bring. So that can't be the case. I think we have to go back when the English election is over, and we have to start talking to Mrs. May or whoever is going to be in power, because we have to depend on England. In our county and in our part of the world, they say if England sneeze, Ireland get pneumonia. I think that's still the case going from here today, Minister.
Okay, Minister, some great advice there for you in terms of the border. I'm going to deal with the questions that I had for the panel. Niall and Jim, I take it you're the only two CEOs with business interest in the UK, Tara, unless you're not telling us something. So maybe if you want to make a comment on that one.
Well, to Harold's question in relation to the UK, okay, like everything, we have a project group working a strategy. All I can say to you at this point in time is we will invest, and we are investing in the UK.
Okay.
So not shying away from that market.
Shawnee, do farmers have any problems with that? A co-op, a Cork-based Munster co-op investing in UK, investing the money in the UK?
What are we talking about here all day today, Justin? Access to the UK market, maintaining that, building that. So I think that's a continuation of a policy that's been in place for a number of years. As long as you have good investments, giving good return, that's good for Irish dairy.
The only thing that Shawnee should be worried about is that the repatriation of profits will be impacted by the currency exchange.
as long as the profit is passed back, Jim.
Niall, the poor old beef farmer doesn't get any of that profit, so they'll not have to worry about the repatriation. I'm playing to the audience. Apologies, Niall.
Well, Justin, I can't really let you get away with that.
No, you can't.
As you know, the farmers did own a lot of the meat industry in Ireland, and for whatever reasons, I wasn't privy to their board decisions, but they decided to sell those businesses, and we were delighted to buy them. Okay, we have significant interests in the UK as we do have in Ireland. Now, there's a big difference in our businesses between the two countries. We export almost 90% of the product that we process in Ireland. However, we retain 90% of the product that we process in the UK for the UK market. So export is not a big part of our business in our UK business. So yes, we have a Brexit strategy team. We've run through all the scenarios. We are investing in market diversification, in training for our people. We're doing a lot of stuff, but it is looked at differently, and we are continuing to invest in the UK as we are continuing to invest in Ireland.
Niall, it's maybe a bit unfair to ask you. The hill lamb, obviously, it's a big business for your plant in Ballyhonus, and I'm sure you're au fait with it to a level. But where do you see that going as actually one of the processors that are probably killing the majority of those light hill lambs?
There are niches in lamb, and that's one of the niches that we're developing business on.
Tara, I think the direct question was asked as to what work Board BIA are actually doing to actually help promote that and drive that trade forward.
The challenge with lamb is that consumption has been in decline, and this is on a European level, and not only has it been in decline, but the consumers are aging. So what we're trying to do is A, stop the decline, and B, attract new, younger consumers into the category as well. And that's been the basis of everything we've done. We've done different styles of campaign, both on the Irish market, the French market, the German market, and most recently, my colleague Declan Fennell, who was leading on this, was successful in drawing down a European fund so that we could now move into the Asian market, and we had a trade show over in Japan in the last 3 weeks. We're promoting European lamb and Irish within that. So it's always very similar to the previous messages of looking for new markets, but just as importantly, it's about looking at the consumer, understanding who's eating it, and making it an attractive proposition to them so that it's not seen as an older meat, it's actually seen as a young meat that is versatile and very, very healthy.
Minister, I'm conscious of time, and our President to give us concluding remarks. Now, maybe hand the last comment of this panel over to yourself, maybe just to what you've heard here today, and maybe what we're likely to see take place over the coming weeks and maybe months, in your own views.
Thank you very much, Justin. I think what I've heard clearly is a concern, for farmers inside the farm gate who are producing to the highest standards, exacting standards laid down that the industry is delivering to the consumer, and wondering whether, in that context, there's a future for them in the context of the challenges. I would like to reassure them of two things. One, that the government is acutely conscious of the scale of this challenge and has worked in a very comprehensive fashion to create the awareness of the unique exposure that we have, and to say that in that context, nobody can be certain of the outcome, but be certain of the fact that whilst we understand, because we understand what's at stake, we are committed to delivering the best possible outcome. What we are asking for is unapologetically unfettered access remaining to the UK market, and that's what we're committed to. I want to deal with the lady's question up the back there, because in a sense, it's the first question in a way that moves from the economics issues to the political issues. And in many respects, the scale of the challenge associated with the border, transcends economics in many respects, because the connotations of a border and, our more recent history and all of the ugly side of the connotations of that border are something that nobody wants to go back to. And I want to assure you of, we absolutely understand, and it has been up in lights by the government in the context of our co-guarantors of the Good Friday Agreement, the fact that, our commitment to the peace process is unequivocal. And as co-guarantors with the United Kingdom, we will ensure that that international agreement is honoured in the context of these negotiations. In that sense, the commitment of the UK Prime Minister on the issue of the border is something we welcome, but that must be delivered upon. We have heard the words, but we must see the delivery in terms of the outcome. You made the observation, about what's ahead for the weeks or months ahead. My own personal suspicion is that we're not talking about weeks or months. We are talking about a process that will take years, because from the triggering of the Article 50 letter, there's a 2-year clock running on that. In many respects, there's probably less than 12 months, because by the time the UK government is now up and running, and bearing in mind that the Parliament is must approve of the final decision, that will need to get to the European Parliament by, I would say, mid-October, November of 2018. So we're talking about a little over 12 months to deal with the divorce side of it. You're then talking about what the future trading arrangements will be, what we believe is entirely desirable as an interim arrangement before that kicks in. This issue is going to be around for several years, in my opinion.
Minister, just on that, and we will finish up on this, you refer, I suppose the days I was referring to was Saturday with the European leaders meeting and the negotiating stance. Do you think will farmers get any comfort from that in relation to Ireland's position being recognised?
Well, I think it is recognised in the draft document, our unique exposure. And as I said earlier, that's been replicated both in terms of the Parliament and Theresa May's letter. But that's really only throwing in the ball. The rest of it is to play for. Okay. Just on Harold's question they are my personal observations on the UK election. The government hasn't had a time, because it was only called recently, to consider the issue. We will deal with whatever the outcome is, but they're just my personal observations.
Inga, sorry, you wanted to come in there on something, and I missed you.
I just wanted to come in before we finish up there. I mean, from a farmer's point of view, one of the key things leaving here today should be that the Irish government keep agriculture right at the top, not just a high priority. It has to be right at the top of the agenda in the negotiations going forward. It can be somewhat frustrating when you're working within the beef industry and you hear conversation coming that we might pick up a few jobs in banking, or we might sneak a few jobs, we might be able to persuade someone to come here and open a factory or something. But agriculture for rural Ireland is what it's about. It's absolutely key. So agriculture has to be right at the very top of the agenda for the Irish government. Similarly, earlier on this morning, we were hearing talk about, we need to be careful with the language that we use when we're talking about the EU and, how we discuss it and whatever. I mean, Irish farmers have been very positively disposed towards the EU right since the beginning. We've really, really bought into it. But Brexit at this point is going to be key, and it offers the EU an opportunity to show Irish farmers that they respect Irish farmers, that they are willing to go the extra yard to make sure that Irish farmers are not discriminated against and harmed by a political election which was not of their making. And also, they need to recognise that one of the ways that they can do that is through a well-funded CAP, and they can't shy away from that. It's a European issue that needs to be tackled.
Okay, I think that's a very good way to end. And I think the round of applause is also an acknowledgement of our panellists, and thank you very much for putting yourselves forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to invite IFA President Joe Healy to make concluding remarks of today's events. Oh, sorry, Minister, you, I think... I'm okay for... You're okay.
Okay, as Henry VIII said to one of the wives, I won't keep you too long. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all very sincerely for your attendance and participation in today's events. I want to thank FBD, our sponsors, GOFs, caterers, IFA members, staff and facilitators. I want to say a special thanks to our speakers and our panellists here and earlier on in the day for their input and for making complex issues more real and more accessible. This was serious debate and discussion today. No one can be in any doubt after today that the future of Irish farming and the agri-food sector is at stake in the Brexit negotiations. You all helped to deliver a clear message to our Commissioner for Agriculture, Phil Hogan, that Irish farmers expect him to deliver for us and to protect our interests in Brussels. We had some very straight talking from the Commissioner when he said that the best outcome for the agri-food sector is for the UK to remain in the customs union. An encouraging tone is a softening of attitudes away from making an example of the UK towards a much more practical approach. We welcome his clear commitment to fight for an outcome which retains full access for the EU to the UK market. The UK is our highest value market, and retaining the UK market and its value must remain the top political priority here and in Europe. Farmers, processors and the wider agri-food sector have invested hugely in building market share in the UK and meeting consumer demands. The second message coming very loudly from farmers here today is that we need a strong CAP budget after Brexit. Of course, we as farmers would much prefer to get our income from the marketplace. However, in the absence of this happening, a fully funded CAP, whether it's from the member states or from funding from the so-called divorce settlement or a mixture of both, we need a strong, fully funded CAP going forward. As the Brexit negotiations mandate is finalised by the EU heads of government this weekend, your organisation, the IFA, will be in Brussels to further continue our work on getting our priorities heard and accepted. In the days and months ahead, we will continue to keep the agriculture issues front and centre with stakeholders across Europe, in the Oireachtas, the European Parliament and the European Commissioner and the European Commission. Minister, we heard good policies articulated here today by many. At this early stage, they are but words. Delivery is what counts. We need you, the Taoiseach and the government to ensure that farming and the agri-food sector is at the very top of the agenda in Brexit negotiations. Thank you all very much and safe journey home. Thank you.